Hello. You people are early. Well, actually, I'm late, aren't I? Even though I don't technically have a start time. I'm still late for my own unscheduled start time. I see notification, I click. I see notification, I click. I see notification, I click. I click. You are well trained. You are very well trained. It's that Pavlovian conditioning. What have I done to my machine? Ah, there we go. Nice. Quantize. What up, what up, what up? I get that right? What happens if I quantize that? Is it going to fuck it up? There's no A minus tonight. Well, apart from when we're talking about Andrew Tate and maybe some other people. Only E minor right now. No A minor. Only E minor. Of reverb on that pitch. Get a little bit of reverb on that bitch. No, I do not have a beer P.O. box yet, but I should probably get one because the amount of free beer that I will apparently get to it will probably be quite good. Although not good for my liver, my poor little liver, my little poor liver. Shall we do a pour? Shall we do a pour? Hazy IPA. We have a hazy IPA. It is through the mist. It's hard to read with these stupid retro sunglasses on. Why did I try to look cool? It's the through the mist. I see the fairyland. That's what it's called, I think. Through the mist, I see the fairyland. Hazy IPA. Very pretty can. We love the can. The can is a work of art in itself. Oh dear. It's 6.5%. We're starting off with not the most sensible beer. So maybe we're getting cancelled tonight, guys. Maybe tonight's the night we get cancelled for spicy political takes fueled by this 6.5% foamy beer in this Guinness glass. Let's see what happens tonight. Although I do have my sensible beers next. I do have my 2.8% beers next. I have actually 2 of them. So maybe these will mellow me out a little bit later on. We'll see. We'll see. another set of chords. Alright, what shall we go for? Ooh. Baby, I'm a pro. I'm a fucking pro. I don't know what this reminds me of. I feel like I'm like under the sea or something. I don't know. just needs reverb. Reverb. We need some. I mean, delay, not reverb. Delay. We need some delay. chat about some fun things. I should buy an 8-string and make some sick breakdowns. This is your favorite Slayer song. Man, beautiful, beautiful art. That was fun. I enjoyed that one. A bit of Darude. What are you talking about, Darude? Alright, I'm going to take these sunglasses on now, off, because I can't see very well. And that's not ideal. It's time to calm down from that absolute epicness. Hi. Hello. Right, we're going to put some... It's lo-fi time. Ooh! That's not relaxing. A relaxing volume. There we go. Oh, hello, hello. Hi. Ugh. How are we doing tonight? I'm just gonna do some chatting tonight. I want to play that. I want to play that game, that cat game. But what I'm gonna have to do for the cat game, I feel, is a dedicated stream because I'm gonna have to use an Xbox and I'm gonna have to Elgato it into my Mac to be able to play it. So. No, it's called Little Kitty in the Big City. It's not Stray. I already played Stray on stream ages ago. Yeah, I watched the trailer for it and it looks amazing. Did I switch my water pedal off? I can't fucking tell without plugging a guitar into it and trying it, so I'm just gonna remove the fucking battery. Did you finish the game with the baker and the fishmonger and all that? I did, yeah. Yeah, that was fun. But yeah, Little Kitty in the Big City is it looks so cool. Like, I'm actually so excited to play it because I think half because of the music in the game. Oh, Brooklyn heard that I was talking about cats and he's already making an appearance. He's like, what about this little kitty in the big city? What about this one right here? Oh, he's so warm. Oh, look at him. Get your face on camera, Brooklyn. Stop being shy. Stop being shy. Shall I find the trailer for that game? How is his paw? Oh, that was a while ago. He's fine now. He's fine now. He's not been getting into so many fights, which is good. Your cat doesn't sit on your lap. Yeah, Brooklyn's obsessed with sitting in laps. He just has to be in laps all the time. To the point where I feel bad when I have to take him off me because I need to pee. By proper stream, does she only mean on Twitch? No. Did I say proper stream? Well, right, tonight I'm just chatting, right? When I stream that game, I mean, I'm going to have to do like a full-on gaming stream. Because what I'm going to have to do to stream this game is like unplug one of my monitors so I can use that to plug in the Xbox. And then use the Elgato to be able to like wire it into Streamlabs. So I'm going to have to, because there's so many bloody things wired in certain ways in this room that I can't just like switch it over halfway through a stream. I'm going to have to do a dedicated stream for it. It sounds like hell, but I'll go through it to play that game. If we, oops. Let's look at this trailer. I love the music. The music is like, I guess, New York City sort of jazz. Look at you, Brooklyn! He's like Badger! Oh. I'm gonna be dancing and just having the best time playing this. That's what you do, isn't it, Brooklyn? You sit on the keyboard, don't you? All the freaking time. Right. Your kid would love this. I am like your kid, then. Your cat can't stand cats on screen. He pounces at like birds and stuff when he sees them on screens. And with other cats, he just like looks at them on screen. He's like, what's going on here? Any personal updates? What I've been up to this week? I know you're dying to know. I have mostly been researching for a sort of shorter, kind of chatty kind of video essay, which I believe is just going to be on Patreon. For my beautiful Patreons. They keep me alive. So I'm going to do something just for them. Because I am also at the same time working on my clitoris project. I know that sounds like I am... Ooh, Brooklyn! Brooklyn just fell off. Brooklyn's like, what's a clitoris? I know when I say that I'm working on my clitoris project, it sounds like I'm just wanking, but I assure you that's not what it means. I'm working on a project about the clitoris. I swear, I'm not just wanking. You okay, Brooklyn? You just completely flipped out and I don't know why. He's fine. So I'm also working on that at the same time. So I'm kind of taking some time away from the YouTube stuff. So what I'm going to do in the meantime to make my beautiful Patreons happy is I'm going to make content. I'm going to make some content just for them in the meantime as well. It doesn't mean wanking. I have to keep my patrons happy because I'm taking some time away from YouTube. Just to wank. Yeah. So this Patreon video is going to be a bit of like a true crime deep dive into the Lucy Letby case. I am also going to do the cats that press buttons and their owners think that they're saying things. I'm also going to be doing that, but I think because I've fallen down such a rabbit hole with the Lucy Letby thing recently, I'm going to have to... That's fresh in my mind now, so I'm going to do that first. And then I'm going to move on to the buttons thing. Have the legal restrictions been lifted on that now? On Lucy Letby? Yeah, it's weird. Because the New Yorker article that was written about the case is blocked in the UK. Obviously, it's on the internet. There's plenty of ways you can access it from the UK if you're not, you know, inept with the internet. VPNs exist. Chrome extensions exist. You don't even need a VPN. I've read it. I've read the New Yorker article, but that's still blocked in the UK. But a Guardian article has come out about it, detailing doubts about the case. And that has come out more recently after her retrial ended. That came out. So they are allowing journalists to publish articles about doubts about the case in the UK now. Unfortunately, the more prominent articles about the case are ones in tabloids, which are just calling her a monster and saying that she's got all of these privileges in prison, and she's literally, some of them say that she is being treated like royalty in prison, and she has this really cushy life in prison, and she's like having the best time ever. Absolutely not true. It's impossible in prison. But yeah. So I'm basically like losing hope that she'll ever be able to get a retrial, like a proper fair retrial in the UK. So basically, if you're not familiar with the case, it's quite possible that we've thrown a woman in prison for life for the murders of 7 babies and the attempted murder of 6 more. And she didn't get a fair trial. So she's in a really high security prison. She's being tortured for the rest of her life, basically. Because everybody thinks she's a baby killer. Oh, thank you for the donation. And she might not even be guilty. It's mad. It's really mad. And like, if she's not guilty, then it means that we're spending loads of taxpayer money on investigating the wrong thing, because there's inquests now into the NHS and how they allowed this like baby killer woman to be working in the NHS for so long. So taxpayer money is being spent on these inquests into like how they allowed this to happen, when we could be spending taxpayer money on like the actual NHS failures that allowed these babies to die, rather than what they're spending taxpayer money on now, which is inquests into possibly completely the wrong thing that's not actually fixing the problem. So yeah. It's one of those things where the media and politicians will immediately label anyone asking questions about it as pro-baby killer. Yeah, I mean, the discourse around it is toxic. Her name is Lucy Letby. Don't forget that the babies were probably ugly. So yeah, there is this whole sort of like thing of like the politicians and NHS consultants don't want to admit that they've done anything wrong, and it's far easier to like place blame on one baby killer woman rather than systemic issues that led to the deaths of babies. I wonder what Russell Brand thinks of her case. Oh god. Timber on Toast actually put out a video about Russell Brand recently. I've only watched the start of it, but he's really good at sort of debunking and taking apart lots of things. It's very long, so I won't watch it on here. But I recommend it anyway. Well, I have only watched the start of it, 2022. But the whole thing is probably very good. This one here. This guy did a whole video on Tim Pool and about how he's just like really wrong at guessing things and predicting things. Mm. Just bear with me a sec. There's a non-zero amount of finger pointing in the NHS, especially considering what's on the line if anything goes wrong. That's why doctors' unions have pretty comprehensive legal provisions. Why is your Chrome so brown? I have it set to this setting where it just picks a random colour and a random background every day. Like, so the colour matches the background, but yeah, the colour on its own, out of context, it looks like poop. It looks like diarrhea. I agree. The Casual Criminalist has 2 videos on Lucy Letby. I haven't watched those, but I saw them. The second video, he mentioned the New Yorker article and said that it does a Joe Rogan by just asking questions. No, it makes a lot of good points. And crucially, what it does is it makes points that should have been made in the trial. None of these points were made in the trial. Lucy Letby's defense lawyer had a medical witness, expert witness, and for some reason he never called this expert witness. So the prosecution used an expert witness who was like, oh yeah, all of these medical records say that this baby died because she did this and she did that. And the defense had a medical expert witness who was like, actually there's no real proof that the medical records show this. And for some reason her lawyer never called him during her trial. We don't know why. He's never said why. But also, she could have called loads of other people as well. She could, like her lawyers could have called statisticians, or like other doctors, other medical people. But people don't want to come forward. People who work for the NHS don't want to come forward in defense of a supposed baby killer because it could ruin their careers. The whole thing's totally fucked. And because of like loads of stupid systemic issues, she's not had a fair trial and she's in prison for life. Anyway, let's get on with some chatting. It is extremely complex. I might talk about it a little bit more later because it's very interesting. But let's start off with some DNC stuff, shall we? I have a content buffet here. We've been blessed with a content buffet. All right, let's go.
Who will fight for me?
Wait, what did he say? Hang on, let's start again.
Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future? About my
Obama's got that what do you call that? That's salt and pepper look now. He's growing old for like fine wine.
children's future, about our future together. One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago.
Obama!
There has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala.
He's still got that riz, hasn't he? He's still got that riz.
There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his
I'm going to get to the Lil Jon thing. I haven't watched this speech yet, though.
campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote.
Do not boo.
He doesn't seem to
Do
care
not boo.
if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life.
Honestly, it's nice that they're so excited about someone now. I feel like when it was Biden, everyone was a little bit like, oh. Like, I know that Kamala's not perfect, but I feel like at least people are now kind of excited and are kind of feeling a little bit like rizzed up by everything. And then they might actually go out and vote. I know that she's not perfect. I know, but like, yeah.
And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them. Between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
Yeah, you gotta hype the normies. That's what you gotta do. You gotta hype the normies. Crowd erupts in lock him up chants.
As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history. The first
Why didn't she drop that line again? Yeah, Pokemon go to the polls. She should have dropped that. That would have just sealed the deal, wouldn't it?
person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
Pokemon, pour me a beer. I'm doing a
As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
She should drop. She should drop Huac Tour to the polls or something. It's like look at, it's like no wonder the right wing have so many conspiracy theories about the Clintons. Like look how demonic that smile looks. Look for the second eyelids. You can see the second eyelids. They blink the wrong way. Watch. Oh, is that it? Okay. Right. Okay.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the...
Oh yeah, some Republicans came out and spoke out against Donald Trump.
Democratic National Convention. Let's listen now to former White House Homeland Security Advisor from the Trump administration, Olivia Troy, who resigned 4 years ago in protest.
As a national security expert y como latina y hija de una inmigrante mexicana
I need subtitles.
que realizó el sueño americano,
They're not there.
being inside Trump's White House was terrifying. But what keeps me up at night is what'll happen
Speaking in global language. English is global
if he
language.
gets back there. The guardrails are gone. The few adults in the room the first time resigned or were fired. I grew up in the kind of working family that Trump pretends to care about.
Vague non-English.
Conservative, Catholic, Texan. July 4th was our most sacred holiday. Those values made me a Republican. And they're the same values that make me
Boo.
proud to support Kamala Harris. Not because we agree on every issue.
Oh, honestly, these conventions are so, they cringe me up, but like at the same time I'm kind of like conflicted because I like seeing people happy and excited for things, for like politics, and so, but at the same time I like cringe because it like reminds me of those like MLM conferences where everyone's like, yeah, we're gonna do this thing.
But because we agree on the most important issue, protecting our freedom. So to my fellow Republicans,
What's up? Oh, I need to say,
you aren't voting for a Democrat. You're voting for democracy. You aren't betraying our party. You're standing up for our country. Thank you.
It's all just like empty words, isn't it? But it's making people feel good, so you know. Who am I to piss on these people's parade? This parade of empty words. Who am I to piss on it? They look happy.
Please welcome former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan.
Good evening. Good evening. I bring greetings from the great state of Georgia.
Woo, woo, woo!
So let's get the hard part out of the way. I am a Republican. But tonight, I stand here as an American. An American that cares more about the future of this country than the future of Donald Trump. My journey started to this podium years ago when I realized Donald Trump was willing to lie, cheat, and steal to try to overturn the 2020 election. I realized Trump was a direct threat to democracy, and his actions...
I love how all of them were like all on board until January 6th. They were like, actually, trying to actually like do a coup and become a dictator. That's like what? Like that's like it's one step too far. Maybe that's not so cool.
Disqualified him from ever stepping foot into the Oval Office again. I could spend my time revving up this crowd, but I'm certain I don't have to talk anybody out of voting for Donald Trump here. So I'm going to focus my attention on the millions of Republicans and independents that are at home that are sick and tired of making excuses for Donald Trump. If Republicans are being intellectually honest with ourselves, our party is not civil or conservative. It's chaotic and crazy. And the only thing left to do is dump Trump.
Dumpy the Trumpy.
These days, our party acts more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her prosecutor mindset that understands right from wrong, good from evil. She's a steady hand and will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching.
Trump is dragging a wagon.
If you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot.
USA! 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 USA!
In our family, my wife Brooke and I are raising 3 boys, and we have a family motto. And it says, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. During 2020, during just the lowest of lows, when we had armed officers outside our house protecting us from other Republicans, Donald Trump had targeted us. My son came downstairs, and he handed me this coaster that I'd given him years before at a father-son retreat for our church. And he said, hey, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong.
Love you, bae. Love you, bae. For real, for real.
To my fellow Republicans at home that want to pivot back towards policy, empathy, and tone, you know the right thing to do. Now let's have the courage to do it in November. Thank you, and God bless you.
Some powerful remarks there from the former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, a Republican, who said, if you vote for Kamala Harris, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot. Gail.
Very, very strong, and also very touching what his son just said.
The weird Trump
That
merchandise.
his son had given him to say, when you do the right, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong. You know, he made it clear that his family was put through hell by the Trump administration. You know, it's interesting to hear Olivia Troy also say what she just said to her fellow Republicans. You're not voting for a democracy. You're not voting for a Democrat. You're voting for democracy. It's interesting to see the number of Republicans that are here in the
I believe I have the Little John clip queued up. I think I've got it. I think I have a clip of that. But yes, I will be getting onto it.
Democratic convention. Bob,
I've actually not watched it yet. I'm going to be raw dogging the Lil Jon clip. Thank you for the cheer.
how many Democrats did you see at the Republican convention?
Not many.
Yeah.
What you see.
My point, exactly.
And Democrats believe, if you look at the suburbs of it.
The sweat is dripping down my balls for the Lil Jon clip in anticipation.
Atlanta, Georgia, there's a real opportunity there. Traditional Republicans like Jeff Duncan, who don't feel comfortable in Donald Trump's
I'm gonna need
Republican
another
Party,
beer.
they could go and maybe vote for Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States.
They don't have to do it publicly, though, the way they're doing it.
They don't. But listen, Democrats believe there's a soft support for Trump among the GOP. Think about the Republican primary. How many times when we were
I love their Britney Spears mics.
tracking it for CBS News, even after she got out of the race, did we see 15 or 20% of the vote for Nikki Haley?
Yes.
Because when people go in the privacy of a polling booth,
Oh, baby, baby.
and they look around and nobody's watching, they'll maybe pull it for a Democrat or someone like Nikki Haley if she's on the ballot. She's not on the ballot, though. And so Democrats know a lot of these Republicans are going to stay home, but they need some of them at least to show up.
And just one more point on Olivia Troy. At a political convention, you know, you kind of feel like, well, this is all politics. What she represents is the number of people who worked with
Hit me, Trumpy, one more time.
Donald Trump.
Ding,
If you were doing
ding,
a
ding.
job interview and you interviewed references, you've got a dozen or so former high-level Trump officials who say he should not be allowed back in the presidency. Imagine you were doing a job interview and you got 12 negative references for the CEO you were hiring for a company. You would no longer try to hire that CEO. She is representative of high-level people who have made a judgment about his ability.
And just to build on that, they're not.
Remember, Mike Pence wasn't even at his convention.
That's right.
Just think about that for a second. Your own vice president.
To build on that idea of references, they're not saying he did a bad job. They're saying he's.
Well, Mike Pence is the ex-BFF, guys. They don't like each other anymore. That's not surprising, is it?
Dangerous.
Yeah.
That he can't get anywhere near the White House, the Oval Office again.
And that's what puts this at a level that we've never seen before in any political convention, in any presidency. I mean, I'm sure there were people who are not going to support Andrew Johnson, but I'm just saying we've never had former officials of such high level.
Yeah. But it's notable, though, inside the Trump campaign, they don't take a lot of
The only orange boy that matters has arrived.
this seriously. They do not believe, and they might be wrong, that January 6th breaks through,
Brooklyn for president.
that people are going to vote on that issue. They think this election is going to come down to how people feel economic pain and issues like border security and maybe a few other issues like abortion rights. But it's not going to be about Trump's conduct. They believe Trump's personality and history are so baked into the electorate that the Democrats can play it up as an issue, but it really will only be on the fringes of the GOP vote. Again, they might be wrong, but that's how they see it.
But Donald Trump keeps saying on January 6th he's planning to pardon some of the people who are convicted. It'll be interesting that when the security officer takes the stage to see what he has to say about that.
We are going to hear shortly from the Capitol Police Sergeant Ganell, who, of course, has spoken out publicly and in some of these hearings, as the Democratic Party has a different view, which is that January 6th does resonate with viewers. Does it resonate with suburban women? Does it resonate with those independent voters? We know that those are already rock-solid Republicans.
Hello,
You're right.
Raiders.
They're not interested in hearing about January 6th. The Democrats already baked in. What about that small sliver of independence? It'll be interesting to see.
And it's coupled with the issue of race. I mean, a lot of Republicans out there like Jeff Duncan, they see former president's track record on issues like race. They see his track record on issues like January 6th, and they say, I'm just not comfortable with how he talks about these issues.
Right, I'm just trying to block someone in the chat. Hang on. Ban. How do you ban someone in Twitch? Hang on. Oh no, please not me. No, it's not you. It's some idiot. The user trying to ban doesn't exist. Oh, I don't know whether they're on YouTube, but they keep leaving the same fucking comment, and I just want to ban them. But I've tried, right, I'm trying to put their username on YouTube, and they're like, they don't exist. I put it on Twitch, they don't exist. /ban. God. The guy isn't on Twitch. He's on YouTube. Right, I'm searching for him on YouTube and no one's coming up. Bloody idiot. He needs to go away. He needs to go away. He needs to fuck off. Alright, well. Alright, I'll see if they come up again. Maybe I'm getting the username wrong. What is this? What is this shit? Collections. A necklace with 45 on... Oh, Jesus Christ. $200 for a blanket. Oh. A cigar ashtray, of course. $55 for a MAGA hat. I bet most of them have knockoffs, don't they? What is that? A cheese board. How is that even any... Oh, it says Trump on it there. It looks like it's covered in blood. Why would you want a cheese board that looks like it's been dipped in blood? For $95. It's one of those, where did the weird man touch you bears? They're selling a where did the man touch you bears. Golf. Women's golf. Ugh. I mean, home and spa. Ooh. Ooh, throw pillows. On sale, guys, for $92. A scented candle that you can put on your golf course. Guys, I'm in the women's golf section because obviously when women play golf, what they want to do is they want to like put scented candles on the green. Otherwise they can't get in the zone. That's what women are like. Mugs. Or your usual shit. Acrylic tray. Needlepoint Trump coaster set. A leash for your MAGA dog. Beautiful. What else? Are there any vibrators in here? Pet accessories. Oh, that poor dog. It's like, why did you make me do this photo shoot? Why? Oh, that's animal cruelty right there. Inspired by the Trump hotels. Oh, great. Oh, more candles. Do any of them smell like his asshole? Is there a candle called This Smells Like My Asshole? Unfortunately not. Conservative women aren't allowed to enjoy sex. Yeah, I forgot about that. Trump earrings, stud earrings. Oh my god, I should get those. $30. I mean, that's not even that much, is it? I should get that. How many pounds is that? 25 quid? 30 quid? Oh, wow. I see if you wore them here, like people would be like, "Why are you so obsessed with the number 45? Why 45? Is it your 45? Is it your 45th birthday? What's Nice. Well, beautiful, beautiful. I might invest in some of that. What else have we got? Kamala Harris's speech.
Thank you all. On behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. My mother was a brilliant...
Guys, I'm so pleased to have made it to diamond seller level. I'm so happy. Thank you so much, guys.
5 foot tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half. And that is a direct quote.
The son had to bleep out "assed" there. Ooh, bad word.
As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. A fight for America's future. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare.
I can't watch anymore.
Many other fundamental freedoms are at stake.
Brooklyn's ass is in front of Kamala.
The freedom to live safe, from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship.
Brooklyn's asked for president.
Freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump. Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. Let's fight for it. Let's get out there. Let's vote for it. And together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
All right, I might just go for a quick piss. I'm gonna have to go for a quick wee-wee. Wee-wee. Oh, that means I'm gonna have to load up the piss song, doesn't it? And then we'll save. I don't know why I'm saving that. I never save them. And I might get some more beer, and then we'll do a little bit more DNC, and then we might do some UK shit, which includes Andrew Tate, because I mean, he's technically a British man, isn't he? I'm gonna have to get this ginger boy off my lap right now.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
He's still purring.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now.
Still purr. Oh no, not anymore.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right
What rules, you sons of bitches?
Let me see what you got. Drop. Let's dance.
I'm making piss. I can't talk right now.
Let's dance.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
You got me burning now. All right. Okay. All right. Kamala Harris's speech triggered a vintage Trump meltdown. Ooh, vintage. Like my top. Ooh. I got some new beers. Magpie Brewing Company. Quickie. 3.5%. Or I've got Flower of the Nation IPA. 4.6%. See, they're both quite low percentages. So Roblox oof. I do have a Roblox oof. Where is it? I do have the Roblox oof, actually. I do. Has Harris figured out how to stump Trump? As Vice President, Kamala Harris reintroduced herself to the nation and laid out her case against Donald Trump. Her opponent was essentially live tweeting a political freakout. Full caps. Is she talking about me? The former president and Republican presidential nominee posted on his platform Truth Social about 20 minutes into Harris's acceptance speech. That was about the point when she turned away from giving her family history and tracing the biographical milestones that brought her into politics to go after Trump's criminal convictions and civil liabilities and calling him an unserious man. Posting through it. Does anybody use Truth Social? Like, anybody actually, like, prominent apart from, like big Republican politicians? I feel like no one, even in the UK, uses Truth Social. Like, not even any big politicians or anything. I feel like it's literally just the platform that Trump tweets on. And that's it. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. How he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, Harris said in her address, but to serve only the client he has ever had, himself. That reminds me of, I wonder if I can bring this up if I just Google it. Hang on. Yeah, this this makes me laugh so much. They need this in the UK because then we could just like tune in on them posting all of this shit. Right-wing broadcasters post absolutely pointless race hate disclaimers on social media amid jail terms for riots and incitement. Dan Wooten, Beverly Turner, David Vance have posted the disclaimer, which legal experts have said offers no protection from the law. So they're all copy and pasting this shit. Like the same message. Have they got a screenshot of it? Each posted. None of the information posted or repeated on this count is known by its author to be false, nor intended to stir racial or any hatred of, nor cause psychological or physical harm to any person or group of people, howsoever identified. Exactly. It's exactly the same thing. You know when people were like posting that disclaimer on Instagram saying you're not allowed to use anything on my profile. It's because it's like it's my content and you're not allowed to use it. Not realizing that when they signed up for Instagram in the first place, then they signed away any rights to anything that they posted on their profile, and they thought that just writing out this legal sounding thing on their profile would like not allow anyone to use any content on their profile that they posted. It's not true, guys. Read the terms and conditions of Facebook and Instagram. They have everything covered. They have everything covered. They can use any of your content for whatever the fuck they want, including using it to train AI models. It's the way it is. But this is even stupider because they think that they can put this on their profiles and that will absolve them of any legal proceedings for anything that they write in the future after they've posted this. It's like me saying now, anything I ever do in the future, if anyone sues me for it, I didn't mean it that way or I didn't do it. Therefore, you can't sue me. Yeah, it's like YouTubers posting like videos of anything and then they just put in the description no copyright infringement intended. And they think that absolves them of any legal action. It's in the YouTube terms of service. Just fucking read it. You're not protected against anything. It's very sovereign citizen. I think that's why I find it so entertaining. Because they think they can say one thing and that absolves them of any legal proceedings whatsoever. They might as well have just tweeted, I do not consent. Oh, so funny. So funny. They're so stupid. Trump's response to post a supercut of Harris' interview and speech clips captioned by the question, wonder why Kamala Harris won't do interviews? I'm on Truth Social. Ooh, I've never been on this website before. I don't want notifications from Truth Social, please no.
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically that's wrong.
So you're now no longer are you necessarily keeping those private files in some file cabinet that's locked in the basement of the house. It's on your laptop and it's then therefore up here in this cloud that exists above us, right?
The Caribbean nations, island nations, in the Western Hemisphere.
It's so easy to like cherry pick moments. Like someone could do this to me. I've streamed too much and posted too much content. Like people could easily do this with me.
which is where the Caribbean is. We are also in the Western Hemisphere. They are our neighbors. I am here, standing here.
You know the cloud thing. They posted it on the thing in the cloud.
On the northern flank, on the eastern flank, talking about what we have in terms of the eastern flank.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
Space is exciting.
Go ahead, do a supercut of me sounding stupid. I've brought this on myself. I decided to stream while drinking beer. That was my decision. So, I mean, that's free reign for you to make supercuts of me saying stupid shit, okay? That's like, it's like me giving you consent to do that.
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day. Every day it is time for us to agree that there are things.
Also, if you put the background music as like pizzicato violins, I mean, that's me done. That's my career over. The pizzicato violins, man, they are a death sentence. The pizzicato, Have you ever watched The Apprentice? No. That's when you know someone's being fired. If anything they're saying is being put over pizzicato violins, they're being fired straight away.
Tools that are available to us to slow this thing down.
We will work together and continue to work together to address these issues, to tackle these challenges.
I'm not slurring anywhere. I'm not saying slurs. Hey, no slurs have been said.
As we continue to work.
Do you ban plastic straws?
I think we should. Yes. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest.
Oh no, she wants to ban plastic straws. She's terrible.
It's really difficult to drink out of a paper straw when if you don't gulp it down immediately, it starts to bend. Yes. and then, you know, the little thing catches.
I mean, she's not wrong about that. She's not wrong about that. But also, plastic straws accounts for like maybe 0.0000000.1% of the climate crisis.
And then, you know, so we got to kind of perfect that one a little bit more.
I mean, I would say ban all straws, but I have sensitive teeth. So, man, it's difficult. What you really need to do, I know, I'm about to say something very controversial and triggering right now, but if you really care about the environment, you need to either cut down or cut out meat and dairy. I'm sorry!
Do you know? Okay.
I know! It's controversial!
Do you know that the women's teams were not allowed to have brackets until 2022? So the United States...
Women weren't allowed to have what? I'm sorry, what was that?
Until 2022. So the United States women's teams were not allowed to have brackets until 2022. So
brackets? I don't know what she's talking about.
The United States shares a
I use brackets all the time when I'm writing things. I don't know what she's talking about.
Very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea.
AI is kind of a fancy thing. First of all, it's 2 letters.
Like when I'm writing something on Google Docs and I try press shift and then the bracket button, it's like, stop! You are a woman!
It means artificial intelligence.
Wow, okay. Straws are important for God's sake. Makes drinking cool. So viral, baby. Women is when no bracket. Has he like seen footage of himself? Like the fucking supercut you could do of Donald Trump. It's like there's so many things at this point. It's like you can't even make a joke out of it anymore. There's so many things that you could put in a supercut of Donald Trump. Brooklyn's screaming at me. Brooklyn? Oh, he's there. I can't... When I have headphones on, I can't tell where he's meowing at me from. And so the non sequiturs and spontaneous bursts of anger continue to flow from the former president for the rest of the night. Where's Hunter? He asks in reference to President Joe Biden's convicted son, as Harris talks about her upbringing in Oakland, California. Look, it's crazy Nancy Pelosi's looking on saying, "Where's Crooked Joe?" He narrated at the end of the speech when former Speaker Nancy Pelosi was shown on screen clapping for Harris as the balloons dropped. It didn't end there. He'd proceed to call in Fox News and Newsmax telecasts to discuss Marxism in America, trying to zero in on one complaint. Why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about before spinning into a variety of grievances, as he seemed to accidentally press a bunch of different buttons on his phone's keypad as he talked? God, that's embarrassing. It's so funny though, it's because like they can so easily use the word Marxism in America to like invoke these really negative feelings in like the kinds of people who want to vote for Trump. But like if you don't use the word Marxism and you just literally say like actual like sort of relevant policies that would be considered Marxist, like your average Trump voter would be like, that sounds really good, if you don't use the word Marxism. It's hilarious. In a way, Trump's reactions last night are a throwback to some of the classic Trump traits that defined his 2016 campaign and presidency. Brooklyn's behind me now. Oh yeah, I haven't done an Insta post. Oh God, I actually haven't, have I? Oh. Alright, I'll do one now. I'll do one now. I did remember to monetize the YouTube stream. You know what? The most annoying thing, like if you just start streaming, like if you don't pre-do your stream in YouTube and you just randomly start streaming, which I did today because I wasn't organized enough to schedule it. If you just go ahead and stream straight from Streamlabs, YouTube doesn't automatically monetize the stream. So it's like, oh, you don't want ads on this stream then because you've just streamed from Streamlabs and you didn't pre-do. I'm learning so many frustrating things, guys. So many frustrating things. All right. Let's do an Instagram post. How do I look, guys? Do I look cute? Oh, shit. Streaming to YouTube is honestly annoying. Like, there's good things about YouTube, and there's bad things about YouTube, and there's good things about Twitch, and there's bad things about Twitch. There's more good things about Twitch. Still, but I feel like YouTube is newer to streaming, so like that's what you would expect. A little bit late to this post, but I am currently live on my second YouTube channel, Mooncat After Dark, and also I'm live on Twitch. You know the deal now. You know the URLs. You fucking know this shit. Just like, just come and watch. If you want to hang out and chat about random shit. Yeah. Oh my God, that was... Why did I do that at the end? On my second YouTube channel, Mooncat After Dark. And also, why did I do that at the end? Who knows? But it's going live now. It went deranged. It really did. Twitch.tv. It's replaying in the background. Oh God. Right, okay. Right, /YouTube. Okay, it's making me laugh. Mooncat After Dark. Right, okay, cool. In a way, Trump's reactions last night are the throwback from... Right. I'm going to make sure this posts. There we go. All right, it's posted. It's posted. You don't get commercials on YouTube, but you do get them on Twitch. Interesting. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna jump forward a little bit. Oh yeah, I wanted to jump forward to the Gus Waltz thing.
Gus Waltz sat front.
This guy's cute.
Front row for the biggest moment of his father's life, and his pride exploded out of him.
Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you.
That's my dad, the 17-year-old could be seen saying. He stood with tears streaming down his face, pointing to his father, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, as he accepted the Democratic nomination for vice president. Gus wept through much of his father's speech, and when it was over, he climbed on stage and wrapped his dad in a tight bear hug. His parents recently disclosed that the high school senior has a nonverbal learning disorder, an anxiety disorder, and ADHD, but they called his condition his secret power and said he's brilliant and poised for success. Gus is getting his own turn in the spotlight after his older sister, 23-year-old Hope Walz, delighted Americans with playful social media videos she filmed with their dad. Gus's exuberance captured hearts, becoming perhaps the defining image of his father's address and further humanizing a running mate picked by Vice President Kamala Harris, in no small part for his everyman appeal.
I mean, he just seems like a sort of sweet guy. Like, he doesn't even seem that unusual to me. He just seems like he's not scared of showing his emotions. And honestly, I feel like that's how everyone should be. Honestly, but yeah.
I don't know if you saw
Oh, James O'Brien's take.
something really remarkable at the Democrat convention in America. And it was Tim Walz's son, Gus, who's 17 years old and has a number of conditions, none of them debilitating, but all of them filed under special needs. ADHD has a non-verbal learning difficulty, which isn't the same as non-vocal. That doesn't mean he can't.
Whenever people say that people are like either have ADHD or autism, it's like these are conditions that our society have currently deemed as like out of the norm. But I don't see these kinds of conditions as sort of out of the norm for. It's hard to explain. I don't see them as out of the norm for humanity as a whole. I see them as sort of out of normality for like society as it currently is. And I think my hope is we'll be able to get to a sort of society where we can sort of accept everyone and sort of, build up everyone as they are, and we don't sort of see certain people as like neurodivergent. We just sort of see everyone as like how they are, and we can build everyone up how they are, and they can like. I thought about this a lot when I did my last video, and how the DSM sort of changes as time goes on, as society progresses. The DSM changes, and we get more and more sort of supposed conditions and other certain supposed conditions sort of get taken out of the DSM. For example, homosexuality, which was in there until the 70s, and I think that like sort of certain conditions like ADHD and certain types of autism, I feel like they are eventually we're going to see them very differently to how we see them now, is what I'm basically trying to say.
But it's a learning difficulty nonetheless, and I think he might be autistic. And
it's about your usefulness as a cog. That's how I see it basically. Yeah. So like I don't see anything, like I don't have anything against people who have like a neurodivergence and they want to sort of medicate themselves because it makes it easier to fit into current society. have nothing against that. But obviously, we should definitely be seeing that as this person needs the medication to fit into current society. But that doesn't mean that they're wrong in any way. It just means that current society deems that they need medication to be able to fit into it. But human psychology creates variance in preparation for future events, for anything that comes in the future. Like, one example that I always talk about is like a lot of autistic people are good at coding, and that's something that we currently find obviously very handy, because like current society is very sort of dependent on computing, so we depend on coders a lot right now, and that's a type of intelligence that is really profitable for society right now. So it's like, we're like, yeah, these people are autistic, but also they're really profitable for us right now. And it's like, in the future, that could be something entirely different that we currently deem as, not beneficial to us, but it could be in the future. So it's like, if you're like medicating on because of some kind of, mental trait that deems you not useful in today's society, well, it's just sort of like a variance, mental variance that like biology creates in preparation for whatever might come next. I find that kind of stuff fascinating. And whenever people see sort of autistic people or people of whatever neurodivergence, and they see them as sort of out of the norm, I don't see them as out of the norm. I just see them as part of like, the beautiful variance of humankind, and how we sort of create so many different types of people. And it's actually, and all of these types of people are actually very important for us to be humans, to be just sort of like so good at doing things, like as a whole. Like, what we evolved to do we evolved to be like varied. We evolved to be varied and to talk to each other and to be intelligent as a whole. So yeah, I think that's all I'm trying to say.
When we were talking yesterday about...
Hey, thanks for the cheer. Society will never stop my ADHD and autistic brain from getting sensory overload from the sun.
The divide.
There's a comma there.
Really,
is there more to that?
What I would call decency, but even decency can be a divisive word. I tell you what you can do. Have a look at the clip that went up yesterday of me reading, just reading a tweet from somebody who was furious that we were being so sympathetic and compassionate towards young people with anxiety or with mental health issues that had affected their education or with special educational needs. And David, his name was, and tried to point out to David that like the more care and concern you show for young people, the less likely they are to grow up bitter and, I don't want to say twisted, but bitter and angry and unfulfilled and short-tempered and all of the things that make life for them and for everybody around them much harder. It's one of those moments where I've held up a mirror on the radio, and if you go and look at that clip and look at some of the replies from people that are currently paying Elon Musk to be prominent, to have a blue tick and be prominent, you'll see when you hold up that mirror and people look in it, it's that they are absolutely horrified by what they see, and inevitably they smash the mirror and they try and attack the person holding it up. But it's a crucial element of our current problems, the current problems that we face as a society and America face, all societies. And I don't think I've ever seen it better encapsulated than when this lad Gus Walls, 17 years old, with an array of learning difficulties, just got completely overcome by love for his father. It was a moment of unutterable beauty. You know, raw emotion, pure emotion is so rare, and often it's only negative. You know, when you see people screaming at the opposing team or when you're watching the football on the telly, you very rarely you see it at a Taylor Swift concert, I suppose, but it doesn't have quite the emotional heft of seeing a 17-year-old boy watching his dad on stage, a father aiming to become the next vice president of the United States of America, articulating his love for his family and how much his family mean to him. And this lad he overflows with love and joy. He jumps to his feet and he just, I mean, if you have been lucky enough in your life to have a dad that you love or loved the bones of, I defy you to watch that without tearing up. Or if you are lucky enough to have made a half-decent job of being a parent.
I would just say I'm unable to sit back in my chair right now because Brooklyn is behind my butt on the chair. He's such a clingy boy.
And you know that you have managed somehow.
I'll be leaning forward for the rest of the stream.
Love and the devotion of your child. You watch that and tell me that you're not moved by it. It's incredible. And at one point he does this thing which a Hollywood scriptwriter would have thanked his guardian angel for coming up with, where he just hits his chest, he points at the stage, and he goes, "That's my dad." And his face is emotional, he's tearful, he's kind. "That's my dad," like that. And I tell you what, every day I think, it's time to come off Twitter now. It's just become so unbearable. And then you remember the stuff that you probably wouldn't come across quite as easily or quite as quickly if you came off the hell site. I mention it for two reasons. Number one, it will brighten your day. Number two, unless it won't, because almost immediately Donald Trump fans and people like David, who rang in yesterday or texted in yesterday, they don't tend to ring anymore.
He's gone now.
To complain about kindness, wokeness, whatever you want to call it, and all of the blue tick accounts replying to the tweet by saying, he's angry, he's the one that's angry, he's the one that's full of hate and bitterness. They watch that, and I don't know what it is they feel, whether it's sadness at knowing they never felt like that about their dads, or whether it's heartbreak or humiliation of knowing that their dads never felt like that about them. But and I know that the right way to respond to it is not to make them feel worse. It's to try to make them feel better, even though we'll get that wrong and we'll try and do it in a clumsy way, and they'll end up taking their hate or spitting all that internalized self-loathing out and spitting it in the direction of the people who are trying to undo some of the self-loathing. But I sometimes think we over-analyse the political divides at the moment, when so often, and moments like that, little Gus Wall's contribution to the convention where his father is accepting the nomination to run with Kamala Harris for the White House, that those moments actually provide us with the best descriptions of where the divides lie. It lies between people who love and people who hate, you know? I really do think that. And that's why people like Andrew Tate have been so popular over the years, because they appeal to hate. And it's sometimes a more seductive appeal than the appeal to love. I used to say that the queue for the ghost train is always 100 times longer than the queue for the speak your weight machine. But we need to improve that. So it's not just the speak your weight machine.
What's the speak? Is that something that happens at arcades? What's the speak your weight machine? Do you just sit on? Do you stand on some scales and then they just say what your weight is?
I mean, it's the wrap your arms around you and give you a cuddle machine. The queue for that, oddly, would be longer than the queue for the ghost train. But we haven't quite worked it out yet. But do watch that clip.
Speak your weight. I'm honestly, I don't know what that means. Talking bathroom. James O'Brien is older than me. I don't know what he's talking about. Speak your weight machines. Brennan says Speak Your Weight machine was very much at the cutting edge of multimedia technology. The principle behind it was straightforward. You see a big machine bearing the words, I speak your weight. You insert a corn and you stand on the machine and it speaks your weight. Oh my God, that sounds awful. What the fuck? The simplicity of the concept combined with the novelty of a talking machine effectively blinded the public to the utter pointlessness of the idea. What the fuck? The eventual demise of the speak your weight machine can be attributed to a number of factors. Oh, I wonder what they were. Increased adult literacy rates meant that the ever-increasing number of people could suddenly read the scales for themselves. The invention of the affordable lightweight bathroom scale was undoubtedly a major setback, but experts agree that the final nail on the speak your weight machine's proverbial coffin was the public's sudden realization that they didn't want everyone within a 500-yard radius to know how much they weighed. Oh, I wonder why. The machines are very rarely seen nowadays, although their spirit lives on in a range of jokes of the, I wouldn't say my wife was fat, but the other day she got on a speak your weight machine and it said, 1 at a time, please, variety. I had no idea these were a thing. I had no idea. That's awful. Why would that ever exist? Why would that ever exist?
Michelle Obama, Ana Navarro, and other political figures are slamming Ann Coulter for mocking Gus Walz, the 17-year-old son of Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz. During night 3 of the Democratic National Convention, Gus went viral for his emotional reaction during his father's speech on stage accepting the nomination for vice president.
Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you.
When the camera cut to them, tears were flooding down the kids' faces. Gus was so moved, he stood up and shouted repeatedly, "That's my dad." The moment quickly went viral as people began learning for the first time that the teenager has ADHD, a nonverbal learning disorder, and an anxiety disorder. However, Ann Coulter took the opportunity to instead mock Gus's emotional reaction and tweeted in a now-deleted post, "Talk about weird." Michelle Obama spoke out about the moment, writing on social media,
She deleted it? Talk about weird. Oh.
that she was touched to see Gus Walz's joy when his dad took the stage last night, and added, "Let's be a nation that embraces this kind of warmth and vulnerability, instead of making fun or mocking it. We could all use some of Gus's example in our own lives." Democratic National Convention host Ana Navarro shared a screenshot of the post with the caption writing, "You have to be a special kind of heartless mutant to attack a 17-year-old special needs kid, not involved in politics, for the simple act of expressing love for his father." She explained that Gus is neurodivergent, pointing out that children who struggle with disorders may have trouble regulating their emotions in a social setting. "I don't and won't attack Barron Trump. As far as I'm concerned, he's out of bounds."
Regulating your emotions. Come on.
They need to leave Gus Walz the alone. For more on the story, head to THR.com. And for the latest entertainment news and updates, keep watching The Hollywood Reporter.
I thought
James Taylor.
Oops. I thought they were against regulation, but all of a sudden no regulation of anything apart from your emotions when your father is talking. Okay?
We want to remind all our delegates, our alternates, and guests that maintaining order during the roll call is extremely important.
Yes.
It is our honor
Sensible.
to cast
Sensible, guys. Sensible. Low alcohol beer. Sensible roll calls.
31 votes for our next president, Donald J. Trump.
If the convention is not in order, it's difficult for the secretary or presiding officer to hear the vote announcement.
Georgia, how do you cast your vote?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight.
Oh, I've not seen this yet.
DNC, turn out for what?
Thank you. People with ADHD tend to have more frequent and intense emotional reactions compared to others. They may feel emotions. Give me that. Oh, there we go. They may feel emotions very strongly or have difficulty calming down once emotionally aroused. Yeah.
In the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast 123 votes for the next president.
I kind of wish UK politics was a little bit more like this. Nah, well, in ways I don't, because it's kind of cringe and like kind of MLM-y. Like it's kind of Tony Robbins-y. It's kind of like evangelic-y. Evangelical churchy. But as soon as the sweat drips down my ball guy comes out, I'm like, I wish they'd do this in the UK.
Wyoming, the cowboy state, is Trump country. We've supplied the highest margin of victory for President Trump in both 2016 and 2020. And with that, Wyoming, the cowboy state, casts all of its 29 delegates for President Donald J. Trump.
We are honored to be representing the great state of Wyoming. Both the first
I got a feeling
nation to recognize a woman's right to vote,
that
and the state
tonight's
that
gonna be
100
a
years ago
good
elected
night.
Democrat
That's the
Nellie
one.
Taylor Ross, our nation's first female governor. With that legacy in mind and heart, the Equality State cast all of our votes for the woman who will be the first woman president of the United States.
I will say, this is the worst song I've ever heard. I hate this song so much.
Say it with me now, Kamala Harris!
There's nothing pro-life about letting women suffer and even die. Today, because I found a way to access abortion care, I am pregnant again. And my baby is due in January, just in time to see Kamala Harris sworn in as president of
Oh my God, it's a Kamala baby.
It's Jane Evansmore, and I'm 83 years old. And as such, I am the oldest of the delegates in West Virginia.
My name is Catherine Prather. I am 18 years old, and I am the youngest delegate from West Virginia. We're proud to cast West Virginia's 24 delegates for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris!
Turn out for what?
Come on, Brooklyn, come on, dance. Oh, is that it? Do I not get to see any more? Oh, I want to see more of Lil Jon. They might copyright strike me though. Can't have any sweat dripping back down my balls because YouTube will give me a strike again probably. If there were any sweat dripping down my balls. Turn down for what? Whip beep beep boop 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 whip beep boop boop boop. What else have we got? What else have we got in our content buffet for tonight? RFK dropped out.
RFK Jr.
Brainworms guy has dropped out.
Is not who you think he is. It pains me to say it, but he's a dangerous nutcase. He claims to want to heal America, but his vision for our future is tainted by his endorsements of hateful conspiracy theories and the fact that he is being funded in large part by donors aligned with Donald Trump. It's time.
Honestly, it's like in the UK, if it's like Russell Brand running for president. And honestly, I wouldn't put it past Russell Brand to eventually run for president. And I feel like he would be the RFK of the UK. RFK UK.
Time to lift the curtain
And I think they didn't collab on something. Hang on.
on a campaign based on false, irresponsible, and self-contradictory claims. RFK Jr. repeatedly promoted a right-wing conspiracy theory that chemicals in the water are turning people gay or transgender. He suggested COVID-19 was a bioweapon mysteriously designed to spare Jewish people.
Yeah, like.
The speeches of that day was delivered by Bobby Kennedy.
In this election year, I encourage you to study your choices. Look at the candidates' policy.
The Bitcoin conference.
But more importantly,
What?
look at their
What?
actions to decide if they are genuinely part of the problem or if they're part of the solution. Decide if they align with what you believe in your heart.
The spirit of independence, clarity, authenticity, openness, and willingness to attack big pharma and big corporations more generally is certainly something that I would look for in a political leader. And it's odd to think that just like 10 years ago, Bobby Kennedy was a darling of the left because of his incredible environmental work, and just 2 years ago, he was taboo and couldn't speak anywhere. Whatever's happening in our culture, it is changing radically and quickly, and this speech charted just a little of that.
19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews.
Oh my God.
And,
What's he talking? What? Is he? Oh my God. Does he think he's a genetic scientist now?
Are turning people gay or transgender. He suggested COVID-19
No.
based on false, irresponsible, and self-contradictory claims. RFK Jr. repeatedly promoted a right-wing conspiracy theory that chemicals in the water are turning people gay or transgender. He suggested COVID-19 was a bioweapon mysteriously designed to spare Jewish people.
COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people.
Did it not start in China? What?
Who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
He spent years spreading anti-vax lies.
I see somebody on a hiking trail with carrying a little baby, and I say to them, better not get them vaccinated.
And in his 2021 book, RFK Jr. alleged, with no plausible evidence, that Dr. Anthony Fauci performed genocidal experiments, sabotaged treatments for AIDS, and conspired with Bill Gates to suppress information about COVID-19. These are not the words of someone who is serious about leading, let alone healing, this country. Having once worked for his father, Robert F. Kennedy, and admired his uncle, John F. Kennedy, I'm disturbed to see Robert F. Kennedy Jr. speak this way. The Robert F. Kennedy I knew would never have suggested that a deadly virus was targeted at certain races. And as president, John F. Kennedy signed the Vaccination Assistance Act in order to, quote, achieve as quickly as possible the protection of the population, especially of all preschool children. If not for his illustrious name and role as a potential spoiler, RFK Jr. would be just another crackpot in the growing pool of fringe politicians. It's no coincidence that he shares top backers with the likes of Donald Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene, where the Trump allies Roger Stone and Steve Bannon encouraged him to run in the first place. But the Kennedy brand is political gold, and it could pull away just enough sympathetic voters to tip the race toward Donald Trump. Democracy won by a whisker in 2020. Just 44,000 votes in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin decided the outcome. If RFK Jr. or any third-party candidate peels off just a fraction of the vote from Biden while Trump's base stays with him, they will deliver a victory to Donald Trump. If Jr. had any respect for the principles his father fought and ultimately died for, he would withdraw his candidacy immediately.
Well, he fucking has done now. Quickie. We're gonna have a quickie, guys. We're gonna have a quickie. Quickie. Ooh. Brooklyn, do you want to go out? What do you want? What he wants to do is infiltrate the stream. Don't you? He's trying to cause havoc. That's what he's trying to do.
Dear viewers, today
I love Rebecca Watson. She's who got me onto this stupid rabbit hole about Lucy Letby. Brooklyn's trying to knock things off my desk now. He's trying to knock off my plectrum and my 9-volt battery for my wah pedal. And I will not be having it. It will not be going on the floor. It will be staying here. Brooklyn, do not try and knock it off the desk. No. No. He's trying to get it still. No. No, Brooklyn. I'm disallowing your agenda. My phone is in front of the plectrum and the 9-volt battery, so he cannot knock it off the desk, actually. Yeah, you sit here. You sit right here, Brooklyn. You sit right here.
Today I have somber breaking news to report to you. U.S. presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has brain worms. Well, had brain worm, singular. But I am not being sarcastic for once. RFK Jr. literally said that a worm got into his brain somehow, took a big old bite out of it, and then died. According to the New York Times, in a deposition during his divorce proceedings, he volunteered that a doctor had informed him in 2010 that he had a dead parasite in his head. The doctor believed that the abnormality seen on his scans was, quote, caused by a worm that got into my brain and ate a portion of it and then died, Mr. Kennedy said in the deposition. Look, I'll be honest with you about a number of embarrassing things. First, I've been laughing about this really hard for a long time, since the second I read it. I needed a few hours to recover before I could even sit down and make this video.
I do sometimes wonder if Rebecca watches my videos. I don't know if she does, but I feel like our interests overlap an insane amount. Like, I feel like we're the same person in many ways.
Second, he has brain worms has become such an apt epithet for people like RFK Jr. that for a minute, my first thought was, hold on, brain worms are real? And then I remembered that, yes, of course, there are parasites that can and do infect the brain. But in that same deposition, RFK Jr. also claimed that at the same time as the discovery of the dead brain worm, he also was suffering from mercury poisoning. I have to admit, this immediately triggered my bullshit detector. I mean, the name RFK Jr. triggers my bullshit detector. He has spent several decades fear-mongering about mercury in vaccines.
Wait, what is this? He wrote a whole book about it. Thimerosal. Let the science speak. The evidence supporting the immediate removal of mercury, a known neurotoxin from vaccines.
Claiming that they can cause serious problems when given to children, which is
so like he's basically on the same wavelength as Andrew Wakefield, and he's trying to be president of the most powerful country in the world.
Patently untrue. We have reams and reams of data showing that it's untrue. And yet, thimerosal, mercury, has been taken out of vaccines anyway. But, you know, anti-vaccine activists gonna anti-vaccine. So with my skepticism in mind, I was wondering, what are the odds that he actually was harmed by mercury at the very same time that a dead worm was rotten in his noggin? So I finished my lunch and then I started researching because what I'm about to tell you is disgusting. But I'm pretty sure you're not going to be surprised by the fact that I'm pretty sure RFK Jr. is lying about something here. Also, This incredibly stupid and hilarious news story has led me to learning something important about my own health. And for that, I have to say, thanks, RFK Jr. Ugh. Should take a break and take a shower or something. So yes, parasitic worms can and do infect the brain. The one I thought of first, despite it not being particularly wormy, is the brain-eating amoeba, aka Naegleria fowleri. That microscopic jerk is the reason why you should always boil tap water before you put it in a neti pot to clear out your sinuses. Drinking him will not hurt you, but if you shoot him straight up your nose, he's going to head straight for your brain and start chowing down like it's an all-you-can-eat.
So he snorted the worm?
Gray buffet. But RFK Jr. didn't have N. fowleri, which I know because he's still alive. The infection it causes is incredibly rare, but also extremely fatal. In the 50 years before RFK Jr.'s supposed infection, 128 people in the US had caught this and only 2 survived. So I wanted to know what other worms and parasites can get into our brains. And I was surprised to discover that by far the most common in the Western world, at least, is, believe it or not, Tinea cilium, the same parasite you can get from eating undercooked pork. That's right, it's the humble tapeworm, not just a budget Ozempic.
Aww, just a boring tapeworm, guys.
Tapeworm is well known for infecting the small intestine, but it turns out that it can infect any soft tissue in your body, and it's particularly fond of the eyes and brain. When it does make its way to the brain, it can lead to seizures, headaches, brain lesions, dementia.
Brooklyn, you know all about this, don't you? Because I constantly have to immunize Brooklyn against various tapeworms and parasites, don't I, Brooklyn? And you hate it when I have to do that because I have to put little smelly chemicals on the back of your neck, and then you're like, meow, meow. He's triggered by me taking the piss out of his own meows.
Even death. In fact, according to the CDC, the pork tapeworm is actually the #1 cause of adult onset epilepsy in the world. Despite how relatively common it is, it's still pretty rare in places with stricter food standards like in the United States, because we tend to cook our pork thoroughly, wash our hands, things like that. But RFK Jr. says he may have picked it up during a trip to South Asia. That's certainly possible, but what's not possible is his claim that the parasite ate a portion of his brain. Unlike the brain-eating amoeba, the pork tapeworm absorbs nutrients from its surroundings, which is why the ones that end up in the brain are actually usually much tinier than their greedy cousins in the intestine. They don't get as many nutrients. So unfortunately, while it is very funny that RFK Jr. says a worm literally ate his brain, it's just not true. It really pains me to fact check that one. Might some other worm have eaten his brain? As far as my research could turn up, the only other options are other forms of tapeworm and parasitic flatworms known as flukes, which cause...
He just had a really boring tapeworm. Really boring tapeworm. And I don't know how he found a wife, because his wife obviously would have recognized that he had a tapeworm, because like his face would have been asymmetrical. That's some lore from my evolutionary psychology video that you should remember. Swimmer's
itch most commonly, but it can also get into the brain. The problem isn't from them eating the brain, though. As with tapeworms, it's from the inflammation and the tissue development your brain undergoes in order to try to protect itself from this foreign intruder. Oh, and before I move on, I do need to mention this. I looked it up just in case. The treatment for having any type of parasitic worm in your brain is not, in fact, ivermectin.
Oh,
sorry.
Shit.
Another good joke goes straight down the drain.
All that money.
Finally,
that money I spent on ivermectin from all those ads on the RNC, all down the drain. If they're not going to get rid of my brainworms, how am I going to get rid of my brainworms now?
Talk about the mercury poisoning claim. Is it possible that RFK Jr. had it? This may surprise you, but the answer is absolutely yes. I mean, it's possible. Lots of things are possible, even if extremely rare. Bobby says he was eating loads and loads of tuna at the time, and tuna is an apex predator. Mercury is lurking in all fish, and it accumulates as little fish are eaten up by bigger fish, and eventually, the biggest fish, like tuna, eat those fish, and with it, they get that giant dose of mercury.
It's the fish
and then
hierarchy.
We eat it and we get the mercury.
Oh.
That's why the FDA offers advice that we should avoid those apex predators. Tuna, swordfish, sharks, and marlins are all on the avoid list, while the little guys like anchovies can safely be eaten 2 to 3 times a week. Not for most people, though. Just for people who are pregnant, breastfeeding, or children. They base their recommendations on these populations because the mercury we get from fish is only really dangerous for tiny developing brains, unless you're consuming absolute batshit amounts of apex fish. Because the human body does eventually process out the mercury, it just takes a little bit of time. So long as you're not just pounding tuna fish at the all-you-can-eat sushi buffet, you're probably going to be fine if you're an adult. In kids, elevated mercury levels can...
It's funny because that's what Tony Robbins did, and then he got mercury poisoning because one of the quack doctors that Tony Robbins got involved in was like, bro, you need to be eating this specific fish constantly. And then all he did for a while was eat this fish. and then he got mercury poisoning because of a quack doctor.
can lead to really serious problems, cognition problems, and a host of other bad things like kidney problems. In adults, though, it has a much subtler effect. Depending on how much mercury an adult consumes, they may experience things like muscle weakness and tingling, problems with cognition like memory loss. But at low levels, even levels that exceed the FDA's recommendation, which again is based upon what's safe for children and fetuses, the data showing harm is mixed. For instance, a study of 920 young adults in Japan compared mercury levels in their hair with neurobehavioral performance and brain structure, and they found that greater hair mercury levels were weakly but significantly associated with diminished cognitive performance. Now, was that due to the mercury they were currently ingesting as young adults, or did those young adults with more mercury also tend to ingest more mercury as younger kids? And that's why they found such a weak correlation. Maybe that result was just the remnant of high mercury kids growing up and changing their habits or moving around, diluting the effect. Because in a study years earlier, another group of researchers examined the mercury levels in the blood of 474 older patients in Baltimore, Maryland, and looked to see how they matched up with their scores on 12 cognitive ability tests. The only significant results they found was that elevated mercury levels were correlated with poorer performance on one test of visual memory, but that they were also coordinated with better performance on tests of motor speed, hand-eye coordination, and manual dexterity.
What's the sample size? 12 neurobehavioral tests. What's the sample size, though? Doesn't seem like if there's only 12 tests there.
Overall, they wrote...
It's probably a number. Oh, 474. Kind of big, but not statistically. Not that big.
The data do not provide strong evidence that blood mercury levels are associated with worse neurobehavioral performance in this population of older urban adults. That doesn't mean that mercury is perfectly fine for adults to consume in any quantity. It may be that some people are more negatively affected than others, and or that the negative effects may be subtle and difficult to identify in studies studying large populations. The research is overwhelming that very large doses of mercury in adults can cause serious...
474 is plenty large. I mean, for certain things, not everything. 474 can be quite small. It also depends on how they got the sample and like where they got their participants from.
serious damage. But that's extremely rare in the United States because it happens most often when workers are exposed doing jobs like mining gold, or when industries dump large amounts of mercury into communities, as happened in Minamata, Japan, when a chemical company spent decades poisoning the ocean with their mercury waste, leading to tens of thousands of injuries and about 5,000 people suspected to be killed. But RFK Jr. had mercury poisoning from eating too much tuna. Okay, sure. He said he had levels 10 times the FDA recommendation, which again, is for fetuses and children only, and that it led to severe cognitive problems. Sure, maybe this poor man, in a span of just a year or so, had a worm eat part of his brain and die, got mercury poisoning, and also went through a highly contentious divorce in which his soon-to-be ex-wife wanted to take all of his money, which was now down to a mere pittance because of the aforementioned brain worms and mercury poisoning. Oh, right. That's how it all came up, by the way. The deposition RFK Jr. gave was in his divorce from his second wife, Mary Richardson, and he was listing off his cognitive problems because he claimed that they impacted his earnings, so he couldn't pay the spousal support that she wanted. Weird that it was a huge problem back then, but now that Richardson is dead, she killed herself before the divorce was finalized.
Jesus.
And poor cognitive ability would hurt rather than help Bobby's financial future in a run for the presidency. Now the mercury poisoning is gone and the part of the brain that the worm ate has grown back. And according to a spokesperson, he's just fine. Just fine. Thanks for asking. So now, if it wasn't clear already, I don't buy all of this. I think, sure, he may have had a dead parasite in his brain. Absolutely sure. And I also think that he was obsessed with mercury at the time. So he went to his doctor and got some blood work done, found that his levels were elevated, and used that as a nifty excuse to try to pay his ex-wife less money. Just a guess on my part, though. I mentioned, though, that I learned something about my own health. Well, I've been trying to increase my protein intake over the past 6 months or so in order to increase my muscle mass. And as a pescatarian who mostly eats vegetarian, the laziest way to do that was to just increase the amount of canned tuna I was eating. Light tuna in cans is usually skipjack, which is a small tuna with a comparatively small amount of mercury on average, which is why it's on the FDA's okay for fetuses list. But the last time my partner came home from the grocery store, he had grabbed a different brand and it was albacore. I didn't think there was much of a difference, but it turns out there is. Albacore is a much larger tuna with potentially more mercury in it. And I've been eating it for lunch a lot. Like 5 times a week, a lot. Is that bad? Maybe.
It's not balanced.
I'm not worried I have mercury poisoning, but at the end of the day, mercury is not good for us. So I'm going to help myself out and also help the environment out because, eating an apex.
You can get plenty protein on a vegan diet without eating fish, without eating chicken. You can. Just eat fucking beans and pulses and they're fucking great and they don't give you fucking mercury poisoning.
Predator has never been the sustainable choice. And I'm going to switch back to the light stuff while also doing a few extra minutes of effort and making lunches with things like lentils. Those of you in the...
What did I say? Fucking lentils, they're the answer.
The audience.
Lentils are the answer.
Let me know if you have any favorite high-protein veggie lunches. And children and fetuses in the audience, skip the tuna entirely. Hit up those anchovies. All the omega-3s,
yes.
Much less mercury.
Yes.
Hold on. Fetuses, get off this channel. You're going to get me demonetized, for God's sake.
I wouldn't be surprised if fetuses were watching YouTube at this point, honestly. Damn fucking fetuses with YouTube accounts. Right, I need to pee. Hang on. And then we might do some Tate stuff. I think I'll do some Tate stuff after this. Why not? Why not? Or general UK shit. General UK shit.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Oh man, perfect timing, perfect timing. Oh yeah. Oh, look at the doggy though. Look at the doggy. Oh, puppy.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. If you
We like the puppy. We like the puppy. All right, should we do some UK news? You know what we haven't done since forever is, does this project still work? I don't know if this project is going to work. This BBC theme project. Let's see if it works. Remember when I used to put a sample in for the beep? What shall I put in for the sample? What is this even going to work? We'll see. We've got the spinning circle. We've got the spinning circle. It's still loading. What have we... Oh, we've got the hawk twerk. Hang on. What does this sound like? Sample is offline. Oh no! Oh, what did I do? I lost the hawk tour. I lost the hawk tour. What sample shall we use as the beep, guys? What shall we use? What shall we use? We don't want the metronome. Coconut tree. Hawk tour. I mean, maybe I could re-download the Hawk Tour. Hawk Tour. How do you spell that? Hawk Tour? I feel like this meme is like centuries old at this point. Hawk Tour. Hawk Tour. Like this one.
you loved the video.
Oops. Oh, shit. Shit. I closed the wrong one. Hang on. Spit on that thing. Spit on that thing.
Spit on it! If I see
move in bed that make a man go crazy every time?
one what?
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time? That you do?
That I do.
Yeah. That makes a man go crazy every time.
does not reply.
In bed, Haley.
Oh.
This is for her.
What?
You gotta answer this. You got it.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh,
that
you
do?
gotta give him that huck to and spit on that thing. You get me?
Right, 9:57.
I don't get you. I think you gotta demonstrate.
Huck to and spit
No,
on
like-
it. Spit on it.
All right, it turns up at 9:57 of this clip. Right, so if we put it on here, and then it loads up. Hope music, hope music. Do 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 do. Hope music while the whole video audio loads. Do 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 do. Right, so it was like 9:47. Am I gonna be able to? Hang on, if I pop it in here, if I pop the whole thing in here, Walk to a Girl original video, 9, wait, where was it? 9, what was the timestamp? I've forgotten. 9 something?
I ain't got a tongue ring for no reason, okay?
Oh, you gotta show them. Oh, that's wild. Got you flip it. You this on the
9:57.
Do that again.
You prefer mission?
All right, 9:57. So it would be 9:57 around here somewhere.
You gotta answer this. You got it.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh,
that
you
do?
gotta give him that huck to and spit on.
That's it. So it's that bit there.
Huck to.
Okay, and then, right, so if we take that. Huck to, huck to, huck to. Right, so if we put that in there. I like. Yeah. I like how it's kind of syncopated. Too hot, too. It's like just off beat. Hot, too hot, too hot, too hot, too. This is where it goes up an octave. That's where it goes. The chipmunk hawk tour, which you never knew that you wanted, but now you've got it. The chipmunk hawk tour. You gotta spit on that thing, spit on that thing, spit on that thing. that thing. Spin on that thing. Oh man, the bit where it goes up an octave. Oh man. Bill Bailey flashbacks. Bill Bailey would never incorporate the Rock Tour. Bill Bailey would never. Okay, right. We've got a bit of UK news to do. We got a bit of misogynistic extremism being treated as actual hate crimes, potentially, which is potentially good news, but we'll see how this goes.
Extreme misogyny is the phrase that's being used in most of the Sunday papers this morning. How would the government go about defining what is extreme misogyny as compared, I suppose, to more day-to-day misogyny? Morning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not keen on any misogyny, if I'm perfectly honest, but this is about looking at exactly what those definitions are and doing a piece of work to fill gaps that have been growing for a very long time. And lots of agencies, you cited Maggie Blythe and the NPCC, the National Police Chiefs Council, concerns there about the growing rise in sort of misogynistic attitudes amongst young men, largely because of online content that they're seeing. And this is...
When they say online content, they basically mean Andrew Tate.
Let me just be completely...
Some other people as well, but mostly Andrew Tate. Because Andrew Tate speaks to children, school children. That's who he definitely speaks to the most.
Clear about criminalising people who are showing signs of an ideology. It is about preventing that ideology. And this piece of work that the Home Secretary...
Okay, yeah. Aidan Ross. Sneeko as well. Yes.
He has announced today is about looking at the gaps. Now, bear in mind, we haven't had a countering extremism strategy written in our country since 2015, which was in fact the year I was elected 9 years ago. And the world changes. The world changes massively. And actually, the likes of sort of, and I don't like to give any particular person any kudos, but the likes of this sort of online misogynistic trends that we have seen in the last 9 years are completely and utterly ignored by that. And so this is looking for the gaps and ensuring that we're doing everything to try and counter extremism before it turns to terrorism.
What would happen if, say, let's take the example of a teacher, the one that's often used.
It's already terrorism. I'll get to that, but it's already terrorism, basically.
If a teacher believes that a pupil has been sort of brainwashed by some of the influencers you're talking about, they're in the classroom expressing very contentious and pretty unpleasant views about women, what would happen? What would the responsibility on the teacher be in that situation if the definition of extremism was changed to include extreme misogyny?
Well, I mean, for a start off, the prevent duty already includes incel, which is the term for involuntary celibate, I think it is, which is where some of the very extreme, largely based in the US stuff comes from. But what a teacher, and in fact, teachers, the amount of teachers I meet every week in, week out, both in my constituency and across the country, who tell me they are seeing very worrying attitudes and don't feel they have the tools. This exercise that we are going to undertake is to ensure that the proper guidance and the tools are available to teachers. They are asking for it. Like I say, every week I meet teachers who say, what are we meant to do, and what strategies can we have to prevent this sort of thing? Now, and again, this is not, I'm the mother of teenage sons. You may be lucky to get a preview of one of them walking in as he gets out of bed and doesn't realise I'm on the media at any moment. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Like this is about having the tools as a government across government departments, whether that's what we do with tech companies, how we advise and guide teachers in what to do, of this growing trend of not just misogyny, but as your reporter said, Islamism and far-right ideologies, because it's just been hollowed out, and teachers at the moment don't know what to do. But of course, if a teacher came across a pupil who was showing very severe signs of extreme misogynistic behaviour that they were concerned was going to, today they would act on that. That one would like to think that today they would act on that, but it's how you stop it from getting to that point.
I completely get there's a big educational sort of element to this, Jess, and the need to do more there. But I guess what I'm getting at is where do we draw that line between someone's opinions and someone's attitudes, which we might not like, we might find abhorrent, but ultimately we live in a country where people are free to express opinions, on the one hand, and sort of police action and counter-terrorism intervention on the other? Is the line where we fear an attitude or an opinion is going to stray into a crime or an act of violence? Is that the line we have to draw?
Well, you just use the exact same test you would with far-right extremism and Islamism, wouldn't you? The same test would have to apply. And, you know, the idea that it's, I mean, people can hold their views about women that they, you know, all they like. And believe me, they let me know them all the time. I've had some choice emails just today, but it's not okay anymore to ignore the massive growing threat caused by online hatred towards women, and for us to ignore it because we're worried about the line rather than making sure the line is in the right place, as we would do with any other form of extremist ideology. I think, you know, it fails women and has failed women.
Yeah, I'm not for a minute suggesting we should ignore it. Yep. I guess it's just that question of...
We definitely have already failed women with this, because women are still being killed by men constantly. I'll bring something. I'll play this, but I'll bring something up that shows that.
How far do we police opinion, and how far do we police? But somebody expressing what might be called a far-right opinion is probably not going to be arrested. Someone who acts that out by throwing bricks at police or attacking a mosque, that's clearly a very different picture. So I'm just trying to clarify that someone who holds what...
There's the line.
Yeah, that's the line, isn't it? So someone who holds extreme misogynistic views is not going to be arrested.
Well, unfortunately, in cases of people, thankfully, it is relatively rare, notwithstanding the recent outbreaks that we have seen, when extremist misogyny then goes to harming women. It would be really good to see, you know, the response of our nation massively improving, which is why the government have made it a complete mission, cross-government mission, to halve the incidences of violence against women and girls. But we cannot just do it in a domestic space. We have to look at why these attitudes are growing and why specifically it seems that they are growing amongst the young. But we will look at all the evidence. What people like me have to face often when we talk about trying to ensure that one of the most voluminous crimes in our country, crimes against women, both sexual and physical violence and also psychological, is we have to constantly sort of justify why it matters as much as other crimes. It is costing our country billions.
Jess, you talked about a lot of the radicalisation in this area and others happening online. The likes of, I'm not going to name them, but we know who these high-profile influencers are. These tech companies need to do far, far more than they're doing, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. One part of this strategy has got to be looking at across how people are radicalised into these spaces, and you know. These days, the vast majority of young people, as well as, in fact, almost all people, spend their life online. And so, tech companies are undoubtedly going to have to be part of the solution. And with the previous government's online safety bill, that still hasn't come into fruition yet into sort of real world actions. But we're going to have to make sure that that is as robust as possible, because if my teenage sons watch something on the television, actually there is a far, far greater place for me to have that regulated and to know that that can be trusted than when they're in their bedrooms and I have no idea what they're looking at. And the level of regulation is considerably lower at the moment, so there is going to be a lot of work that needs to be done on that.
Just lastly on that, your line's not the best, so we'll leave it after this. But on the on the online safety bill, are you suggesting that actually it might need to be toughened up further than the legislation that was passed by the Conservative government?
Well, look, we are going to have a look at across the board, doing what the Home Secretary has set out in this sort of evidential sprint with both academics, experts in the field, and all of the agencies that deal with this.
Yeah, I was like amazed that Dutch volleyball beach player was allowed to compete. After he basically, when he was 19, he traveled to the UK. He bought alcohol for a 12-year-old British girl, got her drunk, and raped her, I believe, 3 times. 3 times. And it's 10 years later now. So I think he's about 29 now. So it's like 10 years later now, and he's now supposedly absolved of everything that he's done because it's like 10 years later, and he can now be a volleyball player for the Netherlands because he originally got extradited to the UK, and then he got thrown in prison in the UK, but then he went back to the Netherlands because of some agreement between the UK and the Netherlands. And yeah, basically he got out of prison because the Netherlands had looser laws on you raping a 12-year-old than the UK did at the time. So basically he got out of prison sooner than he would have, and he eventually, like the IOC were, I mean, I assume it was down to the IOC in the end, because the IOC surely knew that of his past, but they allowed him to compete anyway, even though he'd literally raped a 12-year-old girl. And by the way, he started messaging that 12-year-old British girl when he, like 2 years before, I believe, 2 years before he actually met her in the UK. So I believe he started messaging her when she was like 11 or 10. And when she was 12, he came to the UK when he was 19 and raped her. And he was allowed to compete in the Olympics. And who is everybody's eyes on? Who's everybody's eyeballs on? Like, who, the controversial placement in the Olympics is a cis woman who some people think might have not been cis, but she absolutely was. And she always was. How fucked up is that? I mean, like, he did get booed. The volleyball guy, he did get booed. But it's fucking wild, isn't it?
Education and police and others, and look at where the gaps are and seek to fill them. I'm not going to preempt what it's going to say.
Thank you, Jess. Really appreciate your time this morning. That's Jess Phillips, Labour MP for Birmingham Yardley, Minister for Safeguarding and Violence Against Women and Girls, explaining, I thought, quite compellingly, actually, why there is a need to treat some of these attitudes more, or take them more seriously than we are doing right now and have done up until now.
But basically, the thing that I wanted to sort of point to was The Guardian are doing this thing where they're highlighting all of the women essentially who are being killed by men, because that's like, personally, I would call this a form of terrorism. It's misogynistic terrorism, basically. It happens a lot more often than, you know, immigrants coming to the country and murdering, you know, like people who are born here, which is what all of the riots were based on. What happens way more often is, like, within relationships, men are murdering women. So the Guardian is keeping track of all of the women. These are all of the women who have been killed by men. But pretty much, all of these women were killed within intimate relationships with men. These are all of the women who have been killed so far in 2024. And there's a lot more evidence for this being a much bigger problem than, you know, us allowing immigrants into the country and them stabbing people. There is a lot more evidence for men killing women for what would seem to be misogynistic reasons. So yeah, the Guardian are keeping track of this, and there's like 50 women allegedly killed by men in the UK so far in 2024, and these are all of their names. And it's, you know, it's quite heartbreaking to look through all of them and see, you know, how often this is actually happening. And, you know, you only have to look through all of this to realize that this is like a real problem. Like, a lot of these women, they're not far in age from me, and they've just sort of got into a relationship, and all of a sudden it's like turned out that the guy has murdered the woman for, you know, whatever reason. And it's like, well, this is clearly the real issue that we need to be combating here. An 80-year-old woman, Jenny Sharp, 80 years old, manual compression to the neck. Alan Sharp, also 80, has since appeared at Wimbledon Magistrates Court. The Metropolitan Police are not to believe to be looking for anyone else. I mean, like, this is happening too often. This is happening too often. And, like, you don't see, you know, women rioting, like, woman till I die, and then, like, you know, trying to get all of the men out of the country. That's not happening. You know, Maxine Clark. I'm not saying that should happen. I'm not saying that should happen, obviously. But, like, there is clearly a problem with sort of misogynistic attitudes and women being murdered by men that they are in close emotional relationships with. A 70-year-old woman, Kensington, London. They found her drowned in an overflowing bath wearing a nightdress. The cause of death was drowning, but she had sustained serious traumatic injuries beforehand. I mean, this is happening way too fucking often. Way too often. And if you think that it's happening, like, if these misogynistic ideas are happening too often in our younger generations because of people like Andrew Tate, just think about what could happen if we did nothing about this and we just let that fly. Like, what the fuck could happen when these young boys get older and they retain these sort of misogynistic ideas? Like, shit like this could be happening even more often. It's already happening way too often. And it could be happening more often. This lady died aged 85. Her husband, 87, was charged with her murder. Like an 87-year-old man charged with the murder of his 85-year-old wife? What the fuck? What the fuck? A 42-year-old lady. Like, these women are being killed by their intimate partners most of the time, or like a partner who is an ex who got jealous in some way or was angry because she broke up with him. Like, there was a really prominent case in the UK recently of a man who literally used a crossbow. He literally went to his ex-girlfriend's house. He used a crossbow and he shot her with a crossbow. His ex-girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend's sister, and his ex-girlfriend's mother, all of them in the same house. He shot them all with a crossbow, murdered all of them, and then ran away. And then before the police could catch him, he shot himself with that same crossbow. That happened recently. And that family was the family of a BBC commentator, sports commentator called John Hunt, I believe. Is he called John Hunt? Hang on, John Hunt. Yeah, this is the guy. So, like, John Hunt is a BBC sports commentator. He normally, like, commentates on horse races, like the horse racing on the BBC. And basically, his wife and his two daughters were all murdered by a crazy guy with a crossbow because his daughter, this girl here, this girl in the middle, she broke up with him. And he went to their house and he murdered them all with a crossbow. So that guy, that BBC reporter, is mourning his entire family because he couldn't take the fact that this girl broke up with him. BBC racing commentator John Hunt said that every message of support feels like a hug after his wife and two of his daughters were killed in a crossbow attack. Like, he lost his entire family because of, you know, this sort of, I guess, misogynistic ideal of like, why should you be able to break up with me? Well, I'm going to murder your entire family then. It's this kind of mentality that a lot of people are being infected with. It's very sad. Yeah, it's the saddest story ever. Like, this BBC commentator has lost his entire family because one of his daughters got involved with this guy who felt like he could control one of his daughters. And when she eventually got away from him, like she'd broken up with him a few days before this attack. She'd broken up with him and he was dealing, like, he couldn't deal with the fact that she'd broken up with him, and he went to their house and he murdered every single one of them with a crossbow. Cold-blooded. Really sad. Really fucking sad. Really sad. And like, this is happening all the time. This is happening to all of these women. Amy Gray, age 34. 78-year-old woman. Daniel Parker, 36, is charged with the murder and the attempted murder of two other women, aged 42 and 55, in the same incident. A 96-year-old woman. Finch's body was found by firefighters after a blaze at her home on a quiet road in the village of Liss, Hampshire, Joshua Powell, 26, had been charged with a murder. The death of our dear mum at the age of 96 have left a huge void in our lives. Four-year-old Catherine Parton. Jamie Love, 23, Parton's partner, was charged with the murder aggravated by domestic abuse between 9 to 15th of May. Love's mother, Suzanne, 43, was charged with attempting to pervert the course of justice by destroying evidence and aiding and abetting the breach of bail. 76-year-old woman. Like, this is the real problem, and I'm glad that they're trying to do something about it. But if you look at the statistics, the real problem is women being killed by men, and it's men who have been indoctrinated into this sort of misogynistic view of society. Like, it's women who try to leave men, and when the man feels like he's losing control of the situation, he lashes out. I feel like this is happening too much. You know, it's sad. Frances Dwyer. Anthony Hoey, 49, has been charged with her murder. The pair were believed to have known each other. It's just shitty, isn't it, man? It's just shitty. 50 women so far in 2024. This year. Just this year. But no, guys, it's the immigrants that are a problem. You know? It's mad. Anyway.
We start with
this story about the yacht. The yacht that sunk off the coast of Sicily. This story is wild.
With breaking news, and a manslaughter investigation's been opened into the death of Mike Lynch and 6 others after a luxury yacht sank off the coast of Sicily. Well, a little earlier, the Italian prosecutor Ambrogio Cartosio outlined the current situation.
Comunico ufficialmente.
I would like to officially communicate to you that the prosecutor of the Termini MOREEEEE has hypothesized that there could be, in fact, a question of manslaughter. But this is just, in fact, the beginning of the inquiry. Generally, a prosecutor is never satisfied to give this information at this stage, precisely because, in fact, the developments, as far as the inquiry are concerned, could in fact change. We cannot exclude anything.
Well, Sky's Ashna Harinag.
This is the fucking wildest story, though. Okay, if you don't know the background of this story, basically, there is a big British tycoon called Mike Lynch, and he, to be fair to him, yes, he was a billionaire. But to be fair to him, he seems to have worked himself up from quite a usual, normal background. Like this guy, Mike Lynch, not Mick, that's a completely different guy. Mike Lynch, he was born into a pretty normal background, but he's obviously, like, you know, quite a clever guy. He did a PhD on what seems to be basically the foundations of what our AI is built on now. He's a clever guy. He built a software company that basically he essentially sold on to HP, which is obviously that massive printer company who now, you know, overcharge people for printer cartridges now. That's what they do. That's what they're really good at now. But basically, he built this company called Autonomy, which he sold Autonomy to HP. But HP ended up suing him because HP were like, yo, you basically oversold Autonomy. You really overinflated what you were selling to us. It's not actually worth this much. And basically, HP ended up taking Mike Lynch to court, along with like the finance manager of Autonomy, and basically he got extradited to the US eventually, and he had to defend himself in the US to say that he didn't overcharge HP for Autonomy. And a jury trial decided that he was not guilty. Basically, he and his co-defendant were not guilty of this. And that's what they decided in the end. And like, obviously you can be like, oh, well, they're all fucking rich, billionaires, millionaires, whatever. Well, it was billionaires suing millionaires. It was billionaires suing millionaires. So, you know, who fucking knows? Who fucking knows in this case who was telling the truth? Who fucking knows? But either way, he was celebrating the fact that the jury had found him innocent of all charges of overcharging HP, basically, for Autonomy. And he was on this celebratory cruise. And also, his co-defendant in that trial recently died because he was riding a bike in London and a woman driving a car plowed into him and he died in hospital. His co-defendant in that trial that he got extradited to the US for, he also died within days of Mike Lynch dying. So now everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? How the fuck could these two things happen? Like, his co-defendant in this trial against HP has died in London from a freak car collision on his bike. And now Mike Lynch has died by a freak storm off the coast of Sicily while celebrating the exoneration that he's had from this trial on a yacht. Within days of each other, they both died. That's fucking insane. How the fuck did that happen within days of each other? So now people are like, well, HP have cleared, like, but why? Maybe this is just a really unlikely thing that happened. HB stands for Hitman Posse. I don't know. What the fuck happened? Like, how could that happen? It's crazy. Like, but also, even if HP did this, why would they do it? Why would HP do it? Like, they lost. What would change if the two plaintiffs died? What would change? Because they'd already lost in court. So what would change? It just feels like a really weird, really fucking weird coincidence. And also, the yacht that Mike Lynch died on, it's called the Bayesian. The Bayesian, like it's named after, like the probability algorithm that they use in mathematics. And something extremely unlikely happened. What the like this is insane. Like, yeah, he did his thesis that was based on the Bayesian probability. Basically, what made him rich is that he basically developed some software that allowed you to detect people's fingerprints. That's what made him really rich, basically. And he was like a mathematics genius, and that's what made him really rich. So so obviously, like, his yacht was called the Bayesian. But like, what the fuck? That's so improbable. What happened to them? And their yacht was called the Bayesian. And like his co-defendant, the guy that got killed by a car in London, like there's nothing suspicious about that event. Like the woman that hit him, you know, supposedly, like, she's a 49-year-old woman. She stayed at the scene. She was like, like, everything seemed like it was like a genuine accident. And everything about this yacht sinking seems like it was a genuine accident. Like, unless someone's pulling off some really clever shit right now, it just seems to be a really unlikely, crazy event that happened. You need to know what the man's bike was named. Occam's razor. Yeah, like, I mean, do you think this random 49-year-old woman was like an agent for HP? I don't think so. Maybe she was. An agent for printer cartridges. Imagine. We gotta protect that printer cartridge revenue, guys. Whatever it takes. We know people don't really print anymore, but we've got some revenue to protect. We've got to use secret agent Susan. She's gonna take him down in London. Anyway,
was in that press conference in Porticello this morning. And Ashna, quite a bit for us to discuss this morning. Let's start with that extraordinary search and rescue operation that turned sadly into a recovery operation. They went into quite a lot of detail of the 70 people involved and the divers that went down to the yacht.
They did, that's right, Summer. Over the course of an hour and a half, it was a very long press conference, and to some 100 journalists that were in the room and dozens of cameras as the world's media descended on this courthouse. I'm currently in a small town just outside of the capital of Sicily in Palermo, or just outside of Palermo, about 11 miles from where that shipwreck is still lying on the seabed. And you're right, we learned a lot about the operation that the Coast Guard and also the search and rescue teams conducted over the course of the 5 days that they have been searching. We heard first about a timeline of events. We heard that the call initially came in at 4:32 on Monday morning. We know that there was extreme weather that day, quite severe bad weather. The body of the chef on board was discovered almost immediately. 4 further bodies were then found on Wednesday. They were that of Mr. and Mrs. Bloomer and Mr. and Mrs. Morvillo, friends of Mike Lynch. His body was then discovered later in the day on Wednesday. And then yesterday, the Coast Guard and the divers found the body of the 18-year-old daughter of Mike Lynch, Hannah Lynch. They said that moment for them was...
That's really sad, though. His 18-year-old daughter. Fucking hell, man.
Particularly difficult for everybody involved, given that she was such a young girl. He thanked the rescue teams that were involved, and he spoke a lot more about the divers themselves, the search and rescue representatives here, telling the world's media that there were 11 highly specialised divers involved in the operation. There were 20 divers in total. We know that divers from right across Italy were involved in this operation. They were working, as we know and have been learning, in extremely confined, restricted spaces. They conducted 123 dives over the course of those 4 or 5 days, made up of teams of 2 at a time in total. And divers, people watching who have been underwater or people who have been in this industry will know that they were underneath that water for a very long time, in total of 4,470 minutes in total. We knew that those were in short windows at a time because it took 2 minutes to get to the seabed, to the shipwreck itself. They spent 4 minutes or up to 8 minutes underneath there, and then they had to come back up because they were working in such restrictive circumstances. They said by yesterday there was very little visibility. They also finally just talked about where the bodies on board were discovered. They found all of the bodies in the upper part of the yacht. They said that suggested that perhaps those on board had tried to run away, or that they had been sleeping, given that this was in the very early hours of Monday morning. The boat itself was lying on its side. It was made up of 6 cabins in total where passengers or the tourists had been staying. There were 3 cabins on the left-hand side, 3 on the right. They said that the first bodies were found in the first cabin on the left-hand side, and the body of 18-year-old Hannah was found in the last cabin, last of the 3 cabins. And we also found out today that the search and rescue teams are yet to find the black box, which they believe could hold further information to aid their investigation.
Extraordinary details there, and incredibly sad as well as quite a mystery. Let's talk about the investigation further, Ashna, and of course manslaughter investigation launched, and a reminder that they are very much in the preliminary stages, including not having conducted post-mortem examinations.
That's right. This press conference was led and headed up by the head of the public prosecutor here in this local authority. His name, Ambrogio Cartosio, and he stressed that this was the very early stages of their investigation. How these complex cases work is they first start by assessing and analysing whether manslaughter could be considered and whether shipwreck investigations should also commence at the same time. He confirmed that that was indeed happening, but he did say that he was in the very early stages gathering evidence, gathering testimony, including from the 15 survivors of this incident, among them the captain of the vessel. Now, I asked him in some broken Italian, it has to be said, that the captain was the captain and the crew on board, were they cooperating with the line of questioning, to which immediately the spokesperson on behalf of the prosecutor said they were being very cooperative. He did say there was no obligation for those on board this vessel to stay in Italy, but that he trusted that they were going to continue to answer their questions and aid their investigation. He also said finally that the investigation would be broad, it would take a very long time, and he said this is likely to be the only time up until they reach some sort of conclusion to their investigation that they will speak publicly. And just behind them, behind those speakers, we saw representatives, probably about between 20 to 40 individuals representing different organisations who are involved in this operation, standing shoulder to shoulder. And we heard, as I say, from representatives of the Coast Guard, of the Fire and Rescue Service, and from those prosecutors inside. But just to remind viewers that prosecutors here are considering manslaughter and shipwreck as plausible charges.
I believe the captain survived, I think, but the chef did not survive, unfortunately.
To consider, and he said his job ultimately is to find who is responsible.
So yeah. I don't know who they're trying to charge for manslaughter, to be honest, because it seems like the evidence is pointing to a freak storm, but I suppose they could point to the people who designed the boat. Yeah, maybe the captain, I don't know. Yeah, the people who designed the boat, I mean, I guess you could point blame at them. Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing is so fucking weird and improbable that it's blowing my mind. It's like, how the hell, what the fuck, how? Yeah. Is this in the Discord? Is this the full roll call with the DJ guy? Okay, yeah, I wanted to see this. Okay, I wanted to see this.
Georgia, how do you cast your vote?
Oh, yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. 5 in line with another round of shots. DNC.
Turns out for what? Turns out for what?
Hey,
Turns out for what?
yeah, turn out.
Oh, is he actually saying turn out for what? Are these are these captions correct? Like turn out to vote? He's not saying turn down anymore. He's saying turn out to vote for what?
Let's go. Turn out for what? Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Now, say, we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. VP Harris, coming to wall. VP Harris, giving the wall.
Oh yeah, the sweat's dripping down my balls now. The sweat is dripping down my balls.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes.
the South got something to say. I'm Congresswoman Nikema Williams,
Oh,
chairwoman
yeah.
of the Democratic Party of Georgia. Georgia, the home of President Jimmy Carter, the
Oh,
cradle
yeah.
of the civil rights movement, where we fight for our freedom. Extremists in Georgia are trying to silence our voices by kicking Georgians off of the rolls and making it harder to vote. But y'all, when we send Kamala Harris to the White House, she'll fight for our freedom to vote, our reproductive freedoms, and our freedom to thrive. In the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast 123 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Hey! Yeah. Oh, is that it? I want the whole thing. I want to see the DJ dude. This guy.
And I'd like to welcome you all.
Oh, yeah.
To the Democratic National Convention roll call. We're going to pass the mic from state to state so that all our voices are heard all around the nation.
Yeah!
But first, let me...
I need to see what it... Oh no, was he dropping Sweet Home Alabama right then? Oh no! I need to see what equipment he has. Okay, he has... Yeah, alright, he has like a $5,000 setup there. Is he gonna use it? Is he gonna use it? Probably not.
But first, let me pass it back to Secretary Ray to get the celebration started.
Oh, this fucking song. Home Alabama. Lord, I'm coming home to you.
Your vote.
Sweet home Alabama. I don't know any more of the words.
Alabama passes.
Yeah.
Delaware, how do you cast your vote?
On behalf of the great home of our beloved 46th President of the United States.
I mean, to be fair to the Dems, this was an amazing idea. Personally, I'm all for this. I think this is great. Okay, I wish we had this in the UK for for every constituency. Like, Rotherham, how do you cast your votes? Stoke-on-fucking-Trent, how do you cast your vote? I would be all for it.
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.
It is our honor to unanimously cast our 34 votes for the next President of the United States, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Hey.
Thank you, Delaware. Alabama, how do you cast your vote?
In a letter from the Birmingham jail, Dr. King wrote that progress is not inevitable. We have to fight for it. We have to win it. Kamala Harris will protect the legacy and the progress that we've made by our forefathers and our foremothers, and she will advance it. She will safeguard our freedom to vote by passing the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act.
Yeah.
Fight for freedom and opportunity and build an economy that works for everyone. So, from Huntsville to Mobile, from the Black Belt to the Wiregrass, from the historic civil rights cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, from the people who brought us the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, the proud great state of Alabama proudly cast 56 votes for the first black woman president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, and the next vice president.
Wait, I thought she only decided that she was black 2 months ago.
Tim Walz.
Well, I didn't realize this was 1 hour 16 minutes long. Is this the whole of the roll call? Is the roll call? Is it the whole? Shall I just sit here dancing for the next 1 hour 16 minutes? Look at him.
Alaska, how do you cast your vote?
Alaska's motto is North to the Future. And that's exactly where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to take us. A future full of opportunity for everyone. As a teacher, a union member, and a proud black woman, it is my honor to cast Alaska's 19 delegates for the next president of these United States, Kamala Harris.
American Samoa!
American Samoa, how do you cast...
Wait, George is here. George is here. Florida! Florida! Woo! Georgia!
Georgia, how do you cast your
Oh, holy shit! Here we go! Here we go!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. Put another round of shots. DNC.
Stand up for what? Stand up for what? Yes! Oh my god! What? Why didn't Keir Starmer have this? Why didn't Keir Starmer have this?
We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. VP Harris. Coming to wall.
Da 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 da.
Mr. Secretary, the South's got something to say. I'm Congresswoman Akima Williams, chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Georgia. Georgia, the home of President Jimmy Carter, the cradle of the civil rights movement, where we fight for our freedom. Extremists in Georgia are trying to silence our voices by kicking Georgians off of the rolls and making it harder to vote. But y'all, when we send Kamala Harris to the White House, she'll fight for our freedom to vote.
Sweat drip down my balls.
And our freedom to thrive. In the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast 123 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Woo!
Guam, how do you cast your vote?
I just heard the lyrics to that song. 369, damn she fine. I'm hoping she can suck it to me one more time and roll. Get low, get low, get low. To the window, to the wall, to the sweat drip down my balls. Till all these bitches crawl. Till all skeet skeet motherfucker. Till all skeet skeet goddamn. Till all skeet skeet motherfucker. Till all skeet skeet goddamn. Shawty crump. So fresh, so clean. Can she fuck? That question been harassing me. Wait. The question has been harassing me. In the mind, this bitch is fine. I done came to the club about 11 times. How can I play with your panty line? The club owner said I need to calm down. Security guards gonna sweat me now? N-word drunker than a motherfucker threatened me now. She getting crunk in the club. I mean, she working. And then I like to see the females twerking, taking her clothes off, bucking naked. ATL ho, don't disrespect it. Hey, pop your pussy like this, cause yin yang twins in this bitch. Lil Jon and the East Side Boys with me, and we all like to see ass and titties, don't we all? Don't we all? Now bring your ass over here. Let me see you get low if you want this. Like, now take it to the floor. And if your ass wanna act, you can keep your ass where you're at. 369, damn she fine. I hope she can suck it to me one more time and roll. Get low, get low, get low to the window. to the wall, till the sweat dripped down my balls, till all these bitches crawl, till all skeet skeet motherfucker, till all skeet skeet goddamn, till all skeet skeet motherfucker, till all skeet skeet goddamn. Let me see you get low. You scared? Drop the ass to the floor. You scared?
Half a day, Donald Central. I am.
Is there any other good parts in this, or is it all just... I love this DJ guy though. Missouri.
Now tonight is a celebration of love, a celebration of life. So let the celebration continue.
Missouri.
Missouri, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm Russ Carnahan, Chairman of Missouri Democrats. We're home to Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs.
Are there any states that are worth watching? Minnesota, Idaho, Michigan.
Home to common sense leaders like President Truman, Senators Eagleton, Carnahan, McCaskill, and we will fire Josh Hawley and hire Marine veteran Lucas Coon. Voters will reclaim reproductive freedom. Kamala Harris has sent a lightning bolt of energy and hope across this country, and we proudly cast 2 votes present and 68 votes for Kamala Harris and our Midwestern friend, Tim Walz.
Yay!
Montana, how do you cast your vote?
We, the delegates of the proud state
Has anyone got a timestamp for Minnesota?
of Montana, on behalf of Big Sky Country, the last best place in these United States.
Are they in alphabetical order?
I'm grateful for the beauty of our land and determined to protect it for future generations.
We who sent the first woman to Congress proudly cast our 24 delegate votes to send the first woman to the White House, Kamala Harris!
Okay, Mississippi is here. Oh, Prince! Okay, Mississippi has Prince. Oh, no, wait, what? What was before that?
States, Tim Walz, Minnesota.
No. I want Prince. Was that Minnesota? Minnesota had Prince. Ah! They got Prince! Ah!
Minnesota, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, home of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, President Walter Mondale, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Ew!
We pass.
Minnesota passes.
I'm gonna be honest, this is the most awesome thing ever. If we did this for every constituency, if every constituency had their own fucking tune, oh my god, it would be fucking awesome. Oh my god.
It is a celebration of love, a celebration of life. So let the celebration continue.
What's this
Missouri,
tune? What's this?
How do you cast your vote?
Mr.
This is a shit tune. What's this?
Secretary home to common sense, and we will fire
I want good
Josh
tunes.
Hawley and hire Marine veteran Lucas Coon. Freedom and we
Indiana. How do you cast your vote?
We,
I have not found Minnesota still.
the delegates of the proud state of Montana, on behalf...
Like, okay, it should be after Michigan, right?
Oh wait, they got Eminem. They got fucking Eminem. What the fuck? Michigan.
Michigan. How do you cast your vote?
Good evening from the Great Lakes State. I'm Michigan Democratic Party Chair Lavora Barnes. Michigan has an incredible story. We put the world on wheels and we built the middle class.
In the moment, you want it, you want it. You never let it go.
Again in 2022, we flipped our state House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. We're getting it done in Michigan.
And I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Mom spaghetti.
We protected freedoms. We brought manufacturing home, and we know how to win. This November, we're marching together. Michigan cast three presidents.
125 votes for
our next president.
Guys, you had one shot. You had one shot and you blew it.
Ow!
Minnesota. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, Bill, and the
Where
next
the,
vice...
where the fuck is Minnesota?
Minnesota passed.
Wait, that's Minnesota. Wait. Oh, was that it? Was that it?
Minnesota passes.
All right.
It is a celebration of love.
Are there any other states that I need to watch?
Missouri.
New Mexico.
How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm Russ Carnahan, Chairman of Missouri Democrats. We're
Nebraska.
Nebraska. How do you cast your vote?
Is that fucking like I got a feeling? It sounds like that. Tonight's gonna be a good... Or is it Katy Perry?
Baby, you're a firework.
Nebraska, home of 4 tribal nations today.
Oh, no, it's not. Oh, is it that? Okay. Ugh. Okay, Nevada. Oh, no, it's the fucking, oh, no, it's the bright side, motherfuckers. Alright. New Hampshire. Oh no, they have fucking, oh no, it's the song about the just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere.
Hampshire.
These are all songs that British people sing when they're extremely pissed.
How do you cast your vote?
Good evening. My name is Joanne Dowdell from the great state home of the nation's first primary, New Hampshire, where we stand granite strong. We are
Oh, fucking hell. Come on. Get on with it. Get on with it. Yeah. What's the next one?
Today we come together as one nation, under one groove.
Yeah.
Nothing can stop us now. So no matter who you are, no matter where you are, represent your state with pride as we unite for the future.
New Jersey. How do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy. Women's rights.
I don't know what this song is. I have no idea what this song is.
My name is DNC Stan.
I'm gonna skip through the state if I don't know what the song is.
It's time to
Born in the USA. Oh, well, of course I don't know what it is then.
Turn the page on Leroy, the home of these amazing delegates to America. We win when we fight.
Why would I know? Why would I know born in the USA? Why would I know that? New Mexico. What do they have? What do they have?
New Mexico. How do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches! Chair Jessica Velasquez here with our delegates from the
Wait, I recognize this, but I can't think. What is it?
land of enchantment, the great state of New Mexico, where we live.
Is it Demi Lovato?
Our family values, respect our people.
New York. Oh, of course they're gonna have Alicia Keys, aren't they? Oh, of course. Amanda, there's nothing you can do in New York.
How do you cast your vote?
In New York, New York.
Mr. Secretary, my name is Henry Garrido.
Yeah.
I'm from the great state of New York. Unions not only built the Empire State, they built a strong middle class across this country. That is why I'm so proud to introduce
There's
the governor
nothing you
of the
can
greatest
do.
labor state
Blah, blah,
of the
blah,
country,
blah, blah.
Governor Kathy Hochul.
In New York.
As governor of the greatest state that ever existed.
Concrete jungle, daydream tomato.
From Seneca Falls, the birthplace of the women's rights.
Yeah, all right, okay, come on, like, get on with it. Get on with it. What's next? North Carolina.
How do you cast your vote?
Wait, what's this?
My name is Anderson Clayton. I have the honor of serving as the youngest state party chair
What's this?
in this country. And North Carolina is the home of folks like Anthony Hamilton. Yeah.
It's North Carol, China. What?
Governor Jim Hunt, Dr. Redry.
I don't know this. North Dakota.
North Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Democrats of North Dakota, the Peace Garden state, are proud to cast our 17 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and the best neighbor you could ever hope
I don't know this song. What's this song?
to have, Governor Tim Walz, for President and Vice President of the United States.
I don't know this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy.
Northern Mariana Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Is this Amy Winehouse? Is this Amy Winehouse? No, it's the song that Amy Winehouse sampled, probably, right? Ain't No Mountain High Enough.
Northern Mariana Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Half a day, T-Row, and hello,
Ain't no mountain.
everyone.
Yeah.
We are the Northern Mariana Islands, where our customs, our
Oh,
culture,
no.
our land, and our
Ain't no
oceans
river
breathe life
longer.
into our people. The
Ain't
earth
no
is not red or blue. The earth is sick,
Keep
and
me
we
from
must
getting to
protect
you,
it.
babe.
Home to some of the living legends in celestial navigation and to some of the friendliest people in the Pacific. We are the blue waves of the Pacific, and we are proud to cast all 11 votes for our MVP, Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas!
Yeah, that's a good song. That's a good song, that one. Ohio!
Ohio!
Ohio! What's this? I don't recognize this.
OH!
No, boring. Is there any other state that I should skip to? Oklahoma.
Where we fight for the future for all Oklahomans can be proud of. The future where working families thrive. Our diversity is our strength.
I don't know this either.
And our values like freedom, equality, and opportunity puts us ahead and makes Oklahoma proud. We cast our 36 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oh my god, I actually love this song. This is Modest Mouse, right? I love this song. Ah!
Oregon, how do you cast your vote?
Yes! Yeah! Oregon, you're my favorite now. Oregon, you're my favorite.
From the first state in the nation to hold a presidential election with all mail-in voting.
Yeah!
To
Oregon!
protect voting rights in America.
Oh, float on, okay.
Pacific Northwest.
And we'll all
Oregon
float
protects our
on,
planet and fights
okay.
for LGBTQ
We'll all
equality.
float on, okay. And we'll all float on, okay. What a tune. No, this is a tune. This is a tune.
And where we believe that reproductive rights are human rights.
Yeah.
Oregon cast 78 votes for Kamala Harris.
And we'll all float on, okay.
Party people in the place to be. We're now passing the mic at the DNC. It goes 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
I wasn't expecting to find this so entertaining.
Let's go!
Pennsylvania.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, how do you cast your vote?
I don't know what this tune is.
Let's go, Pennsylvania, let's go! My name is Mayor DeJuan Walker from the great city of Aliquippa, Beaver County. My city is a city of legends. The only high school in America with
I don't know this one.
3 Hall of Famers.
I don't know this one. Okay. Good. Is it Black and Yellow? Is it really? Because I know that song, but that didn't sound like it.
Governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of democracy.
Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and... Puerto Rico! I don't know this.
Puerto Rico, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches. Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico!
Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and the next state of the United States has...
Oh, is it Despacito? Oh, okay.
60 votes.
Alright. What's next? Rhode Island.
How do you cast your vote?
I am Joe Shikachi, Speaker of the Rhode Island House. We are the smallest state.
Yeah, I should be the DJ at the next one. I'd do a fucking great job.
But we have the biggest ideas. Home to the nation's first
Oh, it's Taylor Swift, right?
farm and a historic act on climate.
Okay, South Carolina. Oh, yeah! Okay. James Brown. Yes! Yes!
South Carolina, how do you cast your vote?
I'm Crystal Spain. I'm Crystal Spain, chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Hello from the great state of South Carolina, where we pick presidents. The home of the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison. The home of the first Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman. The home of the national basketball champions, the mighty Lady Gamecock.
Get up, do your thing.
I'm Senator Margie Bright Matthews, one of the sister senators, and John F. Kennedy Profiles in Courage Award winner. We stopped the total abortion ban in South Carolina.
Get up,
Like us, Kamala has proven that she
like a
has
sex
the courage
machine.
to fight and will fight
Like a
for
sex
all
machine.
Americans. South Carolina is not going back. We're going forward on reproductive rights. We're going forward on voting rights. We're going forward against hate crimes. Forward with a prosecutor and not a crook. That's why we are proud to cast our 65 delegates for Kamala Harris.
Wait, I'm being told that I called the music of Chappelle Roan a shit tune. Oh no, I'm gonna get cancelled. Nobody in the UK knows who Chappelle Roan is, okay? I don't know who that
South Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
I don't know who this is. We're gonna look, literally, we're gonna be here for so long if I don't skip through some of this.
Art of sucking.
Oh no, we have a little bit of 9 to 5. Okay. Yes.
Tennessee, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Tennessee, birthplace of rock and roll.
We seriously need this in the UK elections, but for every constituency, because for Leeds, we'd have so many options. I mean, what they'd probably choose is the Kaiser Chiefs for my constituency. Did you know that the Kaiser Chiefs come from my constituency? So it would be like, I predict a riot for my one. But I'd be there like, yeah, bitch. I predict a riot, but not like in that way.
Hometown to the blues, the home of 7 HBCUs, and the state that gave women the right to vote.
From the bluffs of Memphis to the peaks of Mountain City, the movement for justice rooted in love in Tennessee is still strong. It is a movement where kids are free from gun violence, a movement where women have the right to choose, a movement where working people get access to economic opportunity, a movement where those who have been pushed to the periphery are brought to the center, a movement where those who have been pushed down are lifted up. It is alive in Tennessee because we believe that justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream, which is why we are so proud to have been the first state in the union to have pledged all of our delegates to Kamala D. Harris.
We cast 72 votes for the first woman and next president of the United States.
I mean, guys, it's about time. It's about time we had a woman. I mean, come on. Come on.
Come,
Party people, come on!
Any more good ones?
Texas, how do you cast your vote?
Texas.
From Corpus Christi, Texas,
I don't know what this tune is. What's this tune?
home of Selena Quintanilla, and I'm here.
What's this?
A tradition in Texas of progressivism, and my late
Is it Beyonce?
Mother, Ann Richards, the governor of Texas, heroine.
Talks, and I love being a mom. I have 2 pregnant. It would put a future pregnancy at risk.
Is this actually Beyonce? Really?
Nothing
Is it one from her new album?
pro-life about letting women suffer and even die.
All right. Okay. Utah. This sounds like the fucking Strokes or something. What's this?
Utah, how do you cast your vote?
Olympics, and the next battleground cast.
Vote.
Vermont knows the value of public
What's this?
education. We even have a teacher of Vermont.
Islands of the United States are home, a place of resistance and freedom, home of
I don't know what this is.
Alexander Hamilton, the first slave rebellion in the Western Hemisphere, the Firebird Queens. We are proud to celebrate a nominee.
Virginia.
Mr. Secretary.
Oh, okay. This is a tune. This is a tune.
Mr. Secretary, the Commonwealth of Virginia is proudly represented by Senator Mark Warner and Senator Tim Kaine, majorities in the House of Representatives, with 6 hardworking Congress members and majorities in the General Assembly. We also are proud to be represented by 25,000 hardworking, mostly union workers who build freedom. Who build freedom by building. And 19.
Basically, you're learning all of the songs that make it to the UK clubs from America right now. That's what you're learning. Okay, yeah, I know this one. I know this one, but I don't like it very much.
Yeah, how do you cast your vote?
What's this song?
My name is Jean Evansmore, and I'm 83 years old. Of the delegates in West Virginia.
Catherine, delegate taken away by Donald Trump.
Hey. Oh, tune. What's with all the cheese? What's with all the cheese? What's with all the cheese?
My home state of Wisconsin, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Badger Jason Ray, for all your good work.
Are they famous for cheese? Honestly, I don't know. Is Wisconsin famous for cheese?
As a proud governor of the great state of Wisconsin, we're home of the Green Bay Packers. We're home of the Wisconsin Badgers. We're home of the Milwaukee Brewers.
I had no idea that they were famous for cheese. We get no Wisconsin cheese in the UK. Maybe we should.
And the Milwaukee
Not that I would eat any of it.
Bucks, as well as U.S. Senator, our best U.S. Senator, Tammy Baldwin.
It probably doesn't meet, like any American cheese probably doesn't meet UK regulations anyway. Like any cheese that comes from the US, they're probably like, what the fuck's in this? This doesn't pass our regulations.
And our great congressional folks, Gwen Moore and Mark Pocan. I'm here because I'm jazzed as hell to announce that Wisconsin passed one vote present in 90.
Even Cheese Whiz? Yeah.
4 votes were for, who were we at? Got me going here. Former Wisconsinite, former state, oh my God. We love you, Jody!
All right, let's go. Come on, we've had enough cheese. What's this? Oh, I hate this song. No, I hate this. Who's this? I hate this. I hate this. Who decided to go with the fucking Black Eyed Peas? No, I hate that state. I hate that state, whoever you are. Wyoming? Wyoming? Fuck you. Fuck you, Wyoming. Minnesota. Minnesota. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
The great state of Minnesota. How do you cast your vote? Hello, Minnesota!
Okay. Yes. Good tune.
My name is Hans Storvik, and Tim Walz was my neighbor, coach, and favorite teacher. We were excited to go to his classroom every day. And if you've ever been in high school, you know that can be rare. He opened our eyes to the world. He taught us how to talk about global issues with respect, curiosity, and kindness, even and especially when we disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was in the midst of a budget battle as governor of our state, he still found time to attend my brother's funeral. Mr. Walz means the world to my family. He's always been there for us, and that's how I know he'll always be there for you as vice president.
Yeah, baby.
Thank you, Hans. Minnesota, let me hear you.
All right, is that it? Is that it?
Everyone, and I'm Tina Smith from the great state of Minnesota.
Yay.
Happens in California.
Of
Entrepreneurs, of innovators that prides itself on.
Okay. This is a good tune. This is a good tune, to be fair.
From the great state of Nancy Pelosi. I come from a state
like our nation of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy.
Shake it, baby. Shake it,
We pride ourselves on our ability to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first. And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20 years to see that future taking shape with a star in Alameda Court.
This song's calling Drake a pedo. Oh, is it the guy that he's beefing with? What? What's he called? Kendrick Lamar? I can't keep up with all of that.
Room by the name of Kamala Harris. I saw that star. California.
California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
Tune. Matt, I've probably got like 15 copyright strikes on my YouTube channel right now. Yeah, baby. Oh man, I love those copyright strikes. Oh, give them all to me. Give them all to me. Yeah, baby.
Secretary Ray, to get the celebration.
All right, that's enough of that. I need a pee, and then we're gonna look at the Andrew Tate stuff. Where's it? Piss song. Oh, I'm gonna get another beer as well. In the city of Compton, keep on rocking, shake it, baby, shake it, baby.
I can't talk right now, I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now, I'm making piss.
Gotta be honest, while I was down there at the fridge, I did take a piece of corn chicken slice. I did take a piece of corn chicken slice. Hey, $10 for all the top tier content. Cheers. What, me eating a corn chicken slice is top tier content? I mean, if you say so. If you say so. JD Vance is being weird. Alright, I'll do Andrew Tate after this. JD Vance has apparently got a dog to try and make himself look more relatable. He's bringing his dog Atlas on the campaign trail, but his approach to holding Atlas's leash has opened an entirely new can of worms. Let's have a look. Bro, hold the end of the leash. Like, I don't even have a dog. But I know to hold the end, and if you need it to be shorter, what you do is you hold the end, but then you like wrap around the rest of the leash. I've walked dogs previously, and I know that. That's what you have to do. He's sort of got it now. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing body language analysis though on a small clip. I feel bad. Like maybe there's a reason that happened, but still. Ah! So loud. What the hell? He's still holding it weirdly though. He's still holding it weirdly. Yeah, that's weird. Professional dog walker Johnny Stounbos also weighed in on the leash gate. The leash gate for Jezebel. Through years of experience walking dogs all over Brooklyn, Stounbos says that watching Vance interact with and curiously attempt to walk his dog, he assumed any responsible owner with a real relationship with the dog would know better than to hold a leash like that. Or maybe it's a political stunt. In that he's trying to suggest his dog is so much better behaved than all of ours that he barely has to hold the leash. I mean, like, why would you do that anyway? Even if the dog was super well behaved, why would you just randomly hold the leash halfway down? Yeah, he's just impossibly weird, isn't he? What should we look at next? What shall we look at next? Andrew Tate.
Police in Romania are questioning Andrew Tate, the controversial social media figure, after raiding his home earlier today as part of an investigation into alleged crimes, including sex with a minor and money laundering. Andrew Tate denies the allegations. A self-described misogynist, he's known for his online content promoting his version of a masculine lifestyle. He's already awaiting trial on charges of rape and human trafficking, which he also denies. Here's our Eastern Europe correspondent, Sarah Rainsford.
Escorted by armed...
Okay, what is this t-shirt that he's wearing? It says there is a $sign there and then it says daddy. What the fuck is going on with that?
police. Andrew Tate, the notorious internet influencer, was taken in for questioning today.
What I've done wrong, who knows, but certainly not.
Surrounded by cameras and protesting his innocence all the way. It followed this early morning raid on the home he shares with his brother in Bucharest. Police had to scale the walls to get in. The Tates had installed steel doors to make life harder. 3 other properties were raided and searched for 10 hours. The man, who has a massive online following, a self-proclaimed misogynist, is already awaiting trial here in Romania, charged with human trafficking and rape. Now, prosecutors have announced...
I just can't get over the fact he's wearing a t-shirt with himself on it.
A new investigation, including into sex with a minor and trafficking underage persons. Andrew Tate denies that. Romanian police spent hours searching the Tate brothers' home, and they've now spent hours more questioning them here at the Serious Crime Agency. The investigators have made it clear that there are several very serious new allegations, but Andrew Tate has already dismissed everything on social media as some kind of conspiracy.
The Matrix.
Now, in here, in person, Andrew Tate learned exactly what he's accused of and that he's being remanded in custody. His lawyer says details of the case aren't being made public yet by prosecutors.
Mr. Tate, what do you say about the latest allegation?
Wait till you see. They say I've lover boyed the mother of my children.
Yeah,
and we've tricked them into having kids.
But he will spend tonight behind bars.
It's like somehow if you have a child with a woman, it's like you couldn't have tricked her into doing anything in any way because she had your baby. Like, that's not how trafficking works.
Prosecutors may apply to keep him there while the investigation continues. Sarah Rainsford, BBC News, Bucharest.
Oh my god, when are they gonna just fucking throw him in prison already? It feels like it's been forever. Just what is this? Andrew Tate's Daddy Tate meme coin gains momentum despite challenges. Daddy Tate token, oh, for fuck's sake. Gained traction after the community takeover and Andrew Tate's active involvement despite a recent price drop. Travala partnership boosts Daddy Tate's profile, enabling bookings for over 2.2 million hotels with the meme coin. What? Andrew Tate's newfound freedom and 500,000 investment in Daddy Tate signal potential for future value increase. Ugh. It's just idiots, isn't it? It's just fucking idiots. Oh. Andrew Tate recently loaded his public wallet with $500,000, sparking speculation about a possible market buy and burn. Who you fucking think? Such a move would reduce the token supply and increase demand, potentially driving up its value. See, this is what these scammers do. They just They just repump the same scam over and over and over and over until eventually everybody realizes it's a scam, until they move on to the next thing. He's going to repump this same scam that he's doing over and over and over again. This like pyramid scheme that he's got going on, and this crypto thing that he's got going on, until enough people realize that it's a scam, and then eventually not enough people are going to buy into it to make it profitable in the end. And then he's just going to move on to something else. It's the way it fucking works. It's the way it always fucking works. He's not doing anything new. He's doing the same fucking shit that every other scammer and fraudster before him have done before. People have trafficked women before. People have started pyramid schemes before, and people have started crypto coins before. He's not doing anything new. He's just copying everybody else that came before him. But he's giving it a new face. He's not smart enough to do anything else. No, like literally the only thing that he's smart enough to do is make videos online that make him look like he's super smart and super clever. That's the only thing he's good at. He's not good at anything else, because literally everything else he does is like a copy of every other scam and fraud that's happened before him. It's not anything new. It's a rehashing of the old same shit. I just want the fucking British police to come for him and actually charge him with something. And actually get him in prison for something. For once. Because I don't think the Romanian police are going to be able to do it. I think it's going to be down to the British police. And they're not giving me much hope either. Because they're going to have to charge for crimes committed in Britain or against British people. And it seems like they don't have enough evidence. But that's the reason that he fucking moved to Romania in the first place, is because he wanted to get away with this shit. It's quite clear that he's guilty of it. It's just waiting for the fucking authorities. He can be prosecuted as an American. The Noncery unit. Yeah. Alright, let's check this one. Let's check this one out.
I moved to Romania 10 years ago, and I found an amazing country full of beautiful people. And I told the whole world about Romania. If you mention the name Romania anywhere in the world, they'll say, Andrew Tate lives there, Andrew Tate lives there. I've done nothing but promote this country. I've done nothing but say fantastic things about Romania endlessly.
Promote it as a place where you can get away with the most heinous shit. Yeah. Also, what the fuck is this eyewear? What the hell is going on here?
And when I did this, people would say to me, if Romania is so nice, if it's so safe, it's so beautiful, why has it got such a bad reputation? And I said, well, there's probably a few bad...
I just fucking love how his brother constantly stands there behind him, like, like in in films, in like TV shows where there's a bully and there's a kid behind him going, yeah, you heard him, yeah. Except for he doesn't even do that. He just sits, like he's saying that, but he's like completely silent. It's so pathetic.
Bad actors, a few bad people who destroyed the entire reputation. Like the few fools at DCOT who just came along and told us that the mothers of our children are somehow human trafficked.
What? I need a deep dive into this guy's frame of mind. What is going on in this man's head? What is going on in there? Because I feel like he's sort of like fell into his brother's entire empire and he just doesn't even know what the fuck is going on. Like, what's going on inside here is what I'm interested in.
Spending millions of euros, wasting their time trying to put innocent men in jail instead of fixing the...
There is absolutely nothing going on inside this man's head right here. Absolutely nothing. I promise you.
Roads, fixing the hospitals, fixing this country. You have a beautiful country full of beautiful people.
Like, his entire life he spent just following his brother and just doing whatever he told him to do. Oh, it's just a sad state of existence. All right. Okay, there's this video that I'm gonna move on to this video that D'Angelo Wallace put out recently about
If I had to sum up today's
about Nerd City. Right, I'm completely raw dogging this drama right now. I have no idea what the fuck is going on with this drama. But I'm so excited to see. I'm extremely excited to see what's going on. So you know, for reasons, I'm excited to see what's going on with Nerd City.
If I had to sum up today's video in a single word, it would be embarrassing. And look, I know it's not easy taking an L. I mean, actually, I don't even know what taking an L feels like because all I do is win, win, win no matter what. But I've seen people lose and I empathize. But what we have in today's video is like an instruction manual for how not to handle losing something. In this case, like the majority of your core fan base. This YouTuber is the epitome of a sore loser. But before we get into that, welcome. My name is D'Angelo, and I am your professor of mythological cartography, which is a very real degree that I definitely do have. Or maybe I'm just broadcasting myself talking in my room like YouTube used to be. In today's video, I thought we would cover this Nerd City situation that you may not have even heard of because I feel like it almost happened in a vacuum. But every now and then I see a scenario that is just so incredible for all the wrong reasons, the world just has to know about it, and that's exactly what we have here. I am a certified yapper, but I'm not quite a debate bro. I don't really have the best debate skills of all time. In fact, I'm pretty sure the only recent argument I've had is when Dave suggested he should be sitting here in the chair and I should be standing behind him delivering this video. And sure, I may have won against an inanimate object, but maybe I wouldn't have done the best in a real debate. And yet something tells me literally anyone could have handled this scenario better than Nerd City. So today you will be receiving a dramatic
I'm so unsurprised that Nerd City handled something in an extremely bad way.
of what is undoubtedly the most unhinged YouTuber meltdown I have seen in a while. What I find funny is it doesn't even require that much backstory for you to understand the context. All you really need to know is this guy, Nerd City. He's a YouTuber. He has almost 1 million subscribers, but I think he actually used to have a bit more than this. So like you can see from like the spikes when he posted a video.
I actually had no idea.
At the bottom shows the views going up, but the top one kind of shows the subscribers going down. So what is he posting that has people kind of just gradually drifting away? He's made videos about like breaking down demonetization.
The thing is, like, yeah, Nerd City has in the past made really, really good videos. Really well researched, really well produced, really well shot, really well edited. The downfall comes with the guy himself. Anyway, I'm sure you'll see.
And calling out influencers like Jake Paul, who obviously deserve it. Though maybe criticizing women online in a series called Thought Patrol kind of shows not all of this content has aged the best. But he really started to lose people when he came back after a long hiatus in a video where he's calling out people for like...
He made an entire video coming for Gary Vee, which was really good. And then at the end of this video where he comes for Gary Vee and his whole NFT project, he completely teared it apart. And then at the end he was like, yeah, but guys, my NFT project is great and nothing like Gary Vee's NFT project. Okay, bro.
Like trying to sell NFTs to their audience, which he ends by selling NFTs to his audience. These quote unquote ethical NFTs. People were like, I'm really hoping this is an elaborate joke or
it's not, and it's so sad.
Prank. Bold of you to still do your NFT project after the market has completely crashed. Pointing out that ethical NFT is a bit of an oxymoron, and most sane people would not buy an NFT if someone told them to at gunpoint. And seeing as the video before that was also shilling NFTs, but it was just kind of stuck at the end, so I don't think it caught as much flack. Even as far back as 3 years ago, people were disappointed to see Nerd City just dive into this crypto flavored downward spiral. And 10 months ago, someone said, dude's gonna be in a controversy in 6 months, I guarantee. And I don't know what kind of crystal ball that commenter like looked into. 5 months after that, somebody posts this thread where they're just promoting one of Nerd City's new videos. And 1 month afterwards, Nerd City joins the thread and just freaks out on everybody. So let the dramatic reading commence.
This is something that he really likes to do.
There was a time where I'd have been excited for an hour-long Nerd City video. Yeah, I just felt discomfort from the notification. Maybe I'll watch later, who knows? And to this reply, we have Reddit user Paging Dr. Downvote, who is Nerd City, and said, I wish you weren't lying and you actually felt discomfort. How can I increase your actual pain? You could Cash App me $200 to continue this conversation. Maybe that'll hurt. I'm a bit out of the loop on Nerd City. What exactly did he do? To which Nerd City answers for himself. As you can see, nothing, but not bow down to the cowards who dogpile people and pretend everyone is a Nazi for doing something a little baby sheep didn't like. Think for yourselves. What a pathetic mob. So if you're wondering why we're suddenly discussing Nazis, whereas the NFTs was like the most visible thing that people knew about Nerd City, there was also the minor detail that, as this person says, he now calls the very things he showed support for at one time woke. So this thread isn't just the story of a man defending himself and trying to beat the NFT allegations. This is the story of one individual fighting back against the entire woke mob.
I'm so sad because Nerd City had the potential to be such a good creator. Like, he made amazing videos about, like, he made an amazing video about, like, Jake Paul. I don't know if you saw it, but basically he made a whole video about Jake Paul and how he was essentially manipulating his really young viewers, and most of his videos were basically ads for his merch, and he was bypassing YouTube guidelines to basically use his entire platform as like a, you know, a platform to advertise his merch company to young children without making it clear that it was an advertisement. He made a really good video about that, and I wish he would have just stuck to that. But then he, like, at some point he just made this pivot to like really liking NFTs and crypto and really putting his all into NFTs. And at some point he just like pivoted into this whole thing. And then when people tried to criticize him for starting up an NFT project, he just completely, he would absolutely lay into anybody who would try and criticize him in any way.
Of people discussing things in a month-old Reddit thread. And so people, like maybe you are right now, were also totally blindsided by the whole woke thing, and they were like, I should never have any attachment or respect or admiration to any YouTuber I watch from now on. His analysis and editing used to be so good. Don't get attached to friends or family or your own reputation either, says Nerd City. For an ideology, all must be purified and liquidated, comrades. You doing okay, Nerd City? I'm sorry, there are...
He's really not, though. He's really not.
There's so many replies on here that are like really heated, but it's just these little short ones that are like, bro, are you good? That really take me out. And what's so funny about the people in this thread asking things like, ever figure out what he did? They genuinely wanted to know, like, why are people upset? And then you get answers like, you know, he got really into NFTs. And even in the comments that are only about NFTs, he's responding like, do you struggle with nuance in every subject? It's just all binary to you? What about genders? I bet you understand that spectrum, no? How can NFTs be bad if there are also more than two genders? is the logic we're going with here. Did your Reddit get hacked? If it's actually you, you should be aware posting 14 comments in 20 minutes on a month-old thread is not healthy behavior. Tell your wife you love her or something. I'm sorry, I think your NFT is lame. I'm sorry, tell your wife you love her or something is such a good line. We haven't gotten to my favorite line yet. I'm gonna like reveal that once we get there, but I want you to tell me which is your favorite response in this thread because there's so much gold here. You don't need to apologize to me for not wanting to buy an honest product from me, sold at an honest price. Everyone has their reasons. Bro is out here sounding like a martyr when he is literally just selling crypto online. You see though, our reason is that we think it's stupid and we keep trying to tell you that. A lot of people have done it much nicer than I have and you get very angry about it. It's very funny. Oh, I get it. I know that you were fed your opinion already and it's so uncomfy to change. Also, Dunning-Kruger is a thing. Maybe you know more than me because you watched some Marxist's bad faith video for a few minutes, or maybe I know more than you because I spent years on the subject. But I do get that you will always assume you know best. Oh, it didn't take long for Marxism to jump out. I feel like if Karl Marx knew that there are some people alive now whose working definition
Guys, Marx knew what NFTs were. He knew that they were coming, and he was like, guys, NFTs, that's the thing.
of Marxism is other people complaining about your NFTs on the internet, he would be rolling in his grave, or he would be rolling in our grave. So this person points out that Nerd City's crypto project didn't even work. It, quote, collapsed almost immediately. And they're kind of pointing out how the fact that Nerd City is continuing to promote it anyway is really just the sunk cost fallacy. In other words, it's that phenomenon where people think, oh, I've put so much into it, I can't abandon it now, but logically you would gain more by just letting it go. And so to beat the sunk cost fallacy allegations, Nerd City's unironic answer was, it didn't fail because it can never fail as long as I add value to it. And sure, it's totally not successful.
I'm sorry, what? He's saying his NFT project didn't fail because it can never fail as long as I add value to it. I never stopped doing watch parties and taking care of the community around it. What I didn't do was advertise it as a scammy way or wash trade or court speculation. So if you're saying it failed because it hasn't pumped like a shitcoin, who is the real crypto bro? That's not my priority number one. I won't sacrifice my morals for financial optics. It's so fucking hilarious because he thinks that there's some reason that making it an NFT made it somehow more worth the money that people were paying for it than if it was just like essentially what Nerd City's NFT project was and still is, I assume, is access to a Discord where he basically teaches you about making animations, because in Nerd City's videos he makes animations and he's like, if you want to learn how to make this, well, buy my NFT and you can get access to my Discord. Obviously you don't need an NFT for this. You can just, join someone's Patreon and get access to a Discord, or you can just, charge people to join a Discord. Either way, and I guess the whole sort of thing behind it is that you get like personal access to that person on the Discord. I think that's the whole thing, but basically he was trying to defend the fact that you need an NFT to be able to do this. You don't need the blockchain to do this. You don't need NFTs to do it. But that was like his whole that was like how he was trying to defend it the entire time. But you don't need a blockchain to do any of it. You just need like the internet and all of the tools that are already available on the internet.
Successful at all, but really that's just because he's so ethical with it. That's not my priority number one. I won't sacrifice my morals for financial optics, said the NFT.
Like, if you're selling it as an NFT, you're essentially hoping that your fan base are going to buy this, financial blockchain asset, and when your fans buy it, what they're going to be hoping is that they can sell it on for a higher price to another fan of you for a higher price. What essentially you're trying to do is is turn your fans into this horrible libertarian subset of society where they're all trying to like fuck each other over. Like, if I was doing that to my patrons, I would feel awful. I'd be like, no, don't do that. Like, I want you to all pay the same amount and have the same access to the same thing. I don't want you all to be like, you know, like fighting each other for access to me. That just sounds awful, but that's essentially what people who are selling NFT access to Discords are essentially doing.
Salesman to the random Redditor. It didn't fail because it can never fail as long as I add value to it in response to someone mentioning the sunk cost fallacy. This is the biggest lack of awareness I've ever seen. Holy copium. You're selling NFTs. What the hell do you mean you won't sacrifice your morals for financial gain? You already did it. So he's morally right because he's a complete...
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what the fuck is wrong with it. Or he does, and he doesn't care, and he's desperately trying to defend himself.
Failure, and he's being canceled by the woke Marxist mob who are like mildly annoyed by his YouTube videos. But that is kind of just the beginning of the wild takes we're gonna get from Nerd City in this video. This is how a stupid person talks, by the way. Watching a known YouTuber melt down in front of my eyes is way more entertaining than I thought it would be. To which this person has whipped out the popcorn. And you know what? Same. I'm having fun. I'm not ashamed to admit it, and I hope you are too. Imagine thinking NFTs are an honest product in the year of our Lord 2024. Bro, I got some tulips to sell you. Why is the YouTube drama subreddit a Marxist cope fest? Fascinating. But the Marxist cope fest was fighting back. So Nerd City claims he found the thread because he Googled his name to search for a meme he made. I'm reading all these lame lies. Are you thrilled? Teehee, you did it, Reddit. This is actually...
I just love how he absolutely just posts through everything. He just posts through everything, and he never makes himself look good in any situation.
Unhinged. Did the parasitic worm in your brain become as stagnant as your subscriber count? Clearly something must not be working. What would make you think I prioritize subscriber growth? Proof you don't understand me at all. He's too good of a person to make money in his business. He's just too good of a YouTuber to actually gain subscribers. He loses them every time he uploads, and we just don't understand him. Like, this perpetual victim mentality is genuinely stunning to me. And so Nerd City calls this person a loser, to which they respond with just the worm emoji by itself. And this is the part of the video where I actually want you to stop and guess what's about to be said. So people are flinging insults back and forth. One person's a loser. That person says you have a worm in your brain. So what do you think Nerd City's comeback is?
Oh,
what
no.
is the worst possible
What was
thing
it?
he could accuse this person of being? You got your answer. You've locked it in. Okay. Throw that away because I promise you did not guess correctly. Cat owner. Cat owner. You're calling me out for shilling NFTs and being like a weird conservative online? Well, you own a cat. Y'all don't understand how long I just sat and stared at this reply. What could he possibly mean? I looked it up. I tried to find context. Like, what does cat owner mean?
Do not try to find context for anything Nerd City has said online. Don't even fucking bother, D'Angelo. You will not find an explanation, I swear.
To Nerd City, that is so negative. He thinks it's a good reply. And so the conclusion I came to, and this is just me trying my best to understand, apparently Nerd City has a thing with like people who own cats. Like, I guess this happened in somebody's Discord where like it was him versus a bunch of cat owners. And so now cat owner is in his lexicon as a legitimate insult. And the only thing that is funnier to me is the fact that the only response to this comment is someone posting a photo of their cat. Just the idea of this YouTuber with like almost 1 million subs being on this perpetual crusade against cat owners and getting terrorized by random cat pictures on the internet. This is genuinely getting like an SNL skit. Nerd City, you are so unserious. I'm sitting here trying to figure out who's going to play you on Saturday Night Live. So one of the people that Nerd City replied to in this thread checked out his comment history and saw that it was just all this. You get pleasure from endless purification vacation until there's no one left. Good on you for having not lost your mind to this herd think brainwashing. It's almost as if the market for getting revenge is thirstier than the supply of suitable crimes. Also, if you were wondering what my favorite line was, this is it. It's almost as if the market for getting revenge is thirstier than the supply of suitable crimes. This man thinks he is like the main character of some psychological fantasy novel.
I fucking swear he is so correct on that.
Not imagine taking Reddit comments from strangers that were made over 30 days ago this seriously. And so that person made a post showing like, I just got to reply to this month-old comment I left on this sub, and oh my god, this is so funny. Is this considered drama? And then y'all, Nerd City found this separate post and started arguing in the comments with people there as well. I would say I wish I was making this up, but I do not. This is so funny. This is amazing that this has happened. I haven't changed. People here are making up narratives to explain why they are feeling disconnected from a normal person and an ally like myself. The answer is you all got sucked into leftist activism and nonsense witch hunts. And if you want to talk about being sucked into the discourse, people point out Nerd City is the one who brought up trans people in the first place. You have been arguing on Reddit for hours. You are not a normal person. Brought up trans people? One track mind you all have. Isn't that one of the main frames of reference in this sub? What would be the problem with mentioning trans exactly? Mentioning trans is crazy. But yes, what's the problem? Nerd City wants to know. The problem is you are cringe and embarrassing. I guess Nerd City didn't appreciate being called not a normal person either. You're here. I agree that this subreddit is abnormal, but at least getting attention is my job. Is this a sexual humiliation thing for you? Like, does everyone thinking you're a dip get you off? As if there's no difference between viewers discussing you in an online space meant to discuss YouTube videos and a YouTuber with almost 1 million subs crashing in to tell everybody they're wrong. And also Marxists? So people who were not in the original thread were like, this literally cannot be real. Link the post, please. If this is real, this is insane behavior. Genuinely sad to see. Insane behavior is thinking you can lie in a public forum with other cowardly people, tittering word salad exaggerations and not be held accountable. He really thinks he's holding people accountable or doing anything other than just looking sad. You ever heard the phrase going out sad? This thread just needs to be linked on that page forever. These threads are big enough now that I'll keep coming and kicking your butts like my enemies until one of your mods starts censoring me. You think responding to every comment that mentions you is kicking butt? Lol. I can't believe I used to like your channel. You've become everything you used to make videos on. Shame.
That's very true. Oh, it's so sad.
Some sleep. What is Nerd City doing here? Embarrassing himself? I'm letting the liars know I found their little liars club, holding it accountable, one might say. One might say that one is you, Nerd City. What is going on here? My brother in Christ, do yourself a favor and log off. Someone posted this meme. You can call me a loser in real life all you want, but in the gaming world, you're the loser. No way he's Googling his own name. And Nerd City was like, this den of liars was the page 1 result. We did it, Reddit. What has literally anyone lied about in this thread though? Objectively, he was shilling NFTs and defending them. He was on this whole everybody I don't like is woke thing. And it's like, he's calling people liars while illustrating that he is in fact doing everything they're accusing him of. What transphobia, lol? Liar! Liar! This is him right now. I'm not reading a whole lot of correct stuff here. Kudos on not being one of the fantastical liars. And so when people once again illustrate that, like, dude, the fact that you are here right now is crazy. He started trying to spin it into, you're all just obsessed with me and that's why you're surprised to see me here. That is a self-own every time you wimps say this. I'm supposed to feel lower for even seeing your post? Just be quiet if you're starstruck, darling. Thank you for another perfect example of a lie. Also, remember that one person who joked about Nerd City like, hey, send me $200. That'll really show me. They came to this thread as well and they were like, if you move to this thread, I will continue my conversation with you, Nerd City, for $200. It clearly means a lot. To which Nerd City said, why do you keep talking talking about being paid by me. Do you have other people's money and fantasies about extortion in your selfish little brain today? Not a great look. Just let me know when you want that cash out, buddy. Have a good night in the meantime. They said, if it's not about money, I'm not trying to hear it. This is my main account. Why are you all so surprised? I used to use Reddit all the time. You can't lie about me in public and then not potentially have me notice and kick your butt in 30 seconds. I always do this. You always do this. This is not the serve you think it is. Bro got the Reddit signal in the sky when someone says something somewhat negative about him. What lie? The only butt you'll be kicking will be your own when you look back on how embarrassing this behavior is. I wouldn't expect Nerd to be going out this sad in a random YouTube drama comment section. Also, really weird behavior to make it about non-binary people for no reason. No one is going out. I'm just horde mode replying to a mob of bullies. That's my prerogative when you lie about me, and it's not entirely my fault if they're just a waste of my time. Where is the bullying? Okay, I guess that one person did say you had a parasitic worm in your brain. But other than that, where is the bullying? I am hostile back if you're hostile to me, and I'm not afraid of bullies. Thread was total cancer, so I showed up and irradiated it. Surprise Pikachu face. Bro, what the? What? My face is actually flushed because I've been doing a good job putting like my secondhand embarrassment in a box so I can read these with my full chest. But
I'm like, I can't, like, I have a Reddit page, but to be honest, I can't even handle going into the comments of my own Reddit page, or even like the comments, any Reddit comments that mention me. I have done before many years ago and I never did ever again. I try to avoid Reddit as much as possible. Like to dive into the comments like that and like to argue with people. Just,
I'm running out of steam here. I
just
think
not
Reddit
it.
drama was beneath someone of your size on YouTube. Guess not. Nope. Okay. I guess he forgot to pretend like he was like fighting for his life against the woke mob.
Do not feel bad for
kind
him.
of acknowledging that this is just petty Reddit drama, aren't we? And someone tried to call out the person who posted the second thread, and they were like, seems like a waste of everyone's time to post this when you could just block the person and move on. To which they have a reply that I feel like cannot be argued with. Counterpoint. This is hilarious. And like in some ways it is funny, but
like the only times that I've like sort of delved into Reddit comments about myself that like they've just been like mostly weirdly sexual, and I'm like, okay, I'm just not gonna dive into this anymore. I'm just gonna log off Reddit. Not gonna look at this.
it is also just so sad and weird. Like if he actually believes what he's saying, which is that anyone who's criticizing him is disconnected from reality due to how far left and extreme and vengeful they feel now, how far into the pipeline did you fall that you see politics in everything? Talk about a disconnection from reality. And then somebody made a post about all of this and put it on a completely different subreddit from the first one with the other two posts. And then Nerd City somehow found this third post on this completely different subreddit and started calling people liars there as well. So I think I just have to bow out. And thus concludes the ballad of Nerd City, a YouTuber once known for making what many considered to be good videos, who will now forever be known as the guy who was banning people from his Discord server for posting pictures of their cats. Dude's gonna be in a controversy in 6 months. Indeed. I saw speculation on the thread like, was
I could have called that a very long time ago.
he having a moment? Was this just a terrible day? But no, from what I can gather, he's pretty much just like that. And my verdict is you literally could have just sold some hoodies like the rest of YouTubers, you know, a little tea.
He could have just carried on making fucking videos, like good videos that he was making before. He could have just fucking carried on making good fucking videos calling people out, but he couldn't. He decided to start up an NFT project and then massively get behind it and then refuse to take any criticism for it whatsoever. And he just doubled down and doubled down and doubled down to the point where he just like full on became right-wing grifter.
T-shirt with a logo on it like Why did any of this have to happen? Was it really worth throwing away any bit of respect you had on the internet for NFTs? I ask this rhetorically, knowing full well that the answer is no, but maybe I don't know anything at all, because I am, after all, just part of the leftist woke mob. Guess I better put down the Communist Manifesto before my connection to reality is just severed forever.
Yeah.
I only bought it because I just had to know what Marx thought about YouTubers and NFTs.
Yeah.
But that's my take on the situation. Dave's take on the situation is that maybe Michelangelo was a crypto bro and the statue of David is just an NFT. Like, really, who knows? And of course, I'm excited to hear your take. Now, of course, this is a part of the video where a layman would ask you to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment, but I will ask you to enroll, evaluate the video, and submit your feedback. Because I am, of course, running a 100% all the way, mostly, not completely, sort of, but maybe unaccredited university. Probably. Just ask anybody in the student body and they'll confirm it for you. We're totally legit. And as for me, whether you see me in 24 hours or 24 months is honestly anyone's guess. But until then, thanks for watching. Or maybe you'll just see me on Reddit if you ever mention me at all, and I will come for you and kick your butt.
Yeah, not me. I will not. If you want to chat shit about me, feel free to do so on Reddit. Because I will not look. I will not be looking that shit up. That's one of the things about being a sort of like online, I don't know, personality. It's like, as a normal person, like people will talk about you behind your back, but you don't normally sort of see it, hear about it. But as an online personality, it's like, if you really wanted to, you could go and see. You could just fucking search for what people are saying about you behind your back. Don't do that. Just don't. That's my advice. If you ever sort of become an online content creator, maybe just don't look at what people are saying about you behind your back. It's probably not the best way to do it. Just don't look it up. Just if people want to talk shit about you, just like they can. Just don't look. Just don't look. Doesn't fucking matter, does it? Doesn't fucking matter. Let's talk about how awful Katy Perry's return has been. Oh, yeah.
Hey, hi, and hello, everyone. Anthony Fantano here, the internet's busiest music nerd. I hope you're doing well.
Before we get into that, though, like my personal exchanges with someone in particular. I mean, Jay Aubrey tweeted, "This is back in 2022. You cannot explain NFTs to me in a way that doesn't make it sound like the lamest money laundering scheme. Jabroni TV. But artists get paid now. No, they don't. You'll either procedurally generate art or just steal the images outright. There's literally no redeeming qualities." Nerd City chimes in. Yes, they do. It's tech that benefits any art without redefining it. This should give you sort of insight into how cooked Nerd City's brain is with NFTs. Bad generative PFPs, profile pictures, and thieves are only trying to fill a market demand during a speculative bubble. Look past the Bored Ape trend. There are talented artists supported by collectors. The sales are public. And he posts, some like random NFT art that he likes. Unfortunately, back in 2022, January, I decided to respond to Mr. Nerd City. How does the tech benefit the art? How is this better than just commissioning an artist or buying an original piece? Many ways. Number one, programmable royalties. Artists gain no consideration from an aftermarket sales in the past. Number two, authentication and a chain of custody connected to any asset they minted. Forgery is a huge problem with all collectibles. Number three, proof of attendance tokens. Number four, access tokens. This can all be done without a blockchain. Number one, that probably is a good thing. Number two, the images aren't actually on the blockchain, though. They're on a centralized site such as OpenSea, right? What if OpenSea or whichever server the art was on went down and was lost forever? 3 and 4. People say this is more secure on chain, but there's already stories of MetaMask wallets being hacked with no way of getting crypto and assets recovered. Ticketing systems are not bulletproof, but neither are blockchains. Yet they are worse because if you're fucked, you're fucked. Nerd City says, yeah, it's all pretty wonky right now, but it's getting better. Has it got better in the last 2 years? No. And there are trusted brands. Coinbase has been a good custodian of Bitcoin for a long time now. They're US-based, insured, etc. But it's not like reaching support at Google or Facebook or Twitter has ever been easy. And then I say, true. But looking forward to the proposed decentralized utopia, I'm assuming people will want to trade from private nodes without getting exchanges involved. Then, who helps the people who have had their wallets hacked or been scammed in any way? Nerd City says, I'm not familiar with that vision of utopia. I can't imagine a world with zero service providers. And then I say, okay, interesting. I can see how it might benefit artists who wish to embrace the NFT space and mint their work, but artists who don't wish to do this are having people mint their work on behalf of them, from which they get no profit. Do you envision a solution for that problem? Nerd City says, defensive registrations, same as you would do with a new social network. Oh, this is the fucking stupidest thing. He said, if you have a big brand, you should try to control your handle/URL, even if you don't plan to use the app. Put in the bio that it's your official account, but you don't post there. And then I said, with the amount of works being stolen and minted every day, often by bots, how is any artist supposed to keep track? Surely this is only going to get worse. And are NFT buyers going to always check if something is minted from a legit account? If a buyer sees that a piece has previously sold for a certain amount and they believe they can flip it for more, is there any reason for them to care if it's legit or not? Or if a small-time artist is commissioned, what if the person who pays them for the piece mints it without the artist's knowledge? Even if the artist writes up some sort of contract forbidding them to mint it, once it's on the blockchain and there's no action the artist could take. And then he says, artists can DMCA it on a centralized marketplace like OS and they'll delist it. It's so fucking stupid. Artists should also still have contact info for the person who bought it from them. Maybe it could be sorted out behind the scenes. People who commissioned PFPs definitely shouldn't expect to sell them, but that's also what is exciting about this tech. Because moving forward, an artist should mint a commissioned piece and supply that to the buyer as a courtesy / part of the value. Would keep their name on it forever as the creator and they get royalties. This rules. And then I say, but I feel like all of this can be done without blockchain check. The anonymity negates the need for anyone to act ethically because there's no need for them to build trust in the marketplace on a trustless system. Why not just create digital art market? Why not just create a digital art marketplace based on all the regular regulations with regular visa payments, but with built-in contracts that allow original artists to collect royalties? This would disallow bad actors from buying NFTs from themselves or trades between friends to artificially pump up the price. Yeah, and apparently he didn't have a response to that. But I've had other exchanges with Nerd City in the past where he has been a lot shittier to me than that. I don't know if I'll be able to find it now because obviously maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. Oh, I think he's deleted a lot of his tweets. He's deleted these ones. I think I responded to him here. What on earth does this tweet have to do with enforced monogamy? He's talking about influencer/fan relationships. Oh, I'm trying to remember what this tweet was about now. Lol, you step on every rate looking for an easy Twitter W. Yeah, sure. Bro, do you sense your shoe is on the rake again? Let's start here. Tell me what you think about enforced monogamy. Tell me what you think enforced monogamy means. He would, like, whenever I would engage on Twitter, he'd be very much like this, very condescending. He'd assume that I didn't know what I was talking about. Yeah, it would be very much... Is he divorced? I don't know. I don't know if he's divorced. But it's, oh, yeah, this one as well. I think I chimed in on this conversation, unfortunately. So Dan Olsen, everyone who keeps groveling for my attention with some mewling, if you think it's bad, why don't you adopt it and make it good instead? Needs to be shoved into 7 consecutive nested lockers. So I think Nerd City responded to this. Any artist who devised the dumb hate mob you empower to feel... So obviously when Dan Olsen came out with his huge anti-NFT video, Nerd City had problems with it, and he felt like he'd, you know, created a huge hate mob against NFTs. So basically he's responded to this. Any artist who defies the dumb hate mob you empower to feel virtuous is harassed by cowards who fell asleep during your viral video. You're at the top of a pyramid scheme, except the currency is likes. Artists who dare to tokenize their work have to circle the wagons. Great job. Anyway, for some reason I decided to chime in down here. I shouldn't have, but this was me 2 years ago. I'm not as, I'm not as informed as I am now, but, so he said, conceding good/bad builds credibility, whereas Dan is undermining his. There's a nuance to reality impacted by his strong opinions, yet he starts molding if you suggest nuance. Ooh, but if you lift up good, there's no good, he rages, threading a tantrum for a nodding throng of idiots. You can tell by the way that he tweets that he just thinks he's really intelligent. Okay, so then for some reason I decided to chime in. I shouldn't have. On a protocol that literally relies on either killing the planet, proof of work, or giving extreme power to the rich, proof of stake, there is no good. It's impossible to create an equitable society or build good projects when that's the unchangeable truth about it. And then he responds, since we are right now communicating on an app that gives extreme power to the rich, he's talking about Twitter. Is there no good here? Ha ha ha. Twitter sucks, but I wouldn't go that far. There is no good is provably false, and a pretty wild assertion to make about so many vast and different ecosystems. And then I say Twitter is not the protocol. Twitter is built on a protocol that doesn't allow the rich to vote to decide whether certain transactions are approved, which is the main thing that we're talking about here. It's got its flaws for sure, but you're offering to fix them with an oligarchy of extremely wealthy VC funds skirting regulations. This is what he doesn't seem to understand. So he responds, in this analogy, aren't shareholders and boogeyman VCs also steering Twitter policies and profits? More so, what POS blockchains are you specifically referring to where VCs are interfering in any individual transactions? I think you mean the DAO hack of Ethereum. What else? And then I say proof of stake hasn't been widely tested yet, so it's not even proven that it works. But to buy in to be a validator and proof of work, you need 32 ETH. Then the more you stake, the more likely you are to validate a block and get rewarded for that. So extrapolate that into the future at scale. And then he says, I know that you need to have a little bit of knowledge about how fucking proof of work and proof of stake works to understand this, but you get the gist if you just follow this conversation. And then Nerd City says, okay, not trying to dunk on you, but there are proof of stake and eco-friendly blockchains all over the place now, run by communities who care more about the environment and supporting fellow artists than personal profits. It's not just that looming consensus layer upgrade for Ethereum. And then I say yes, but they've not been tested to scale. They're still small blockchains in comparison to Ethereum and Bitcoin. And then he says, okay, but so what? I bought like 50 pieces of art on Tezos this week, and almost all the funds went straight to the artists for charity. Woo! Woo! They're presumably happy. I have nearly zero XTZ left over, and I don't plan to sell any of the art. What bad thing happened? Ooh! And then he tags someone that he bought art off. And he says, you mad? and then I say, because I'm trying to get you to look at this at scale, to get you to consider where this is going to end up. The charitable donations are going to be a drop in the sea of unfettered anarcho-capitalism, a society run by algorithms voted in by anonymous and wealthy token holders. And then here we get the really, really condescending response from Nerd City. You've proven you don't understand the specifics, and you're describing a thought experiment about scale you gleaned from Dan Olson's video. I started researching my crypto video before he came out with his video. I'd already made my mind up before he came out with his video. I came out with mine about a month after that he came out with his. I'd obviously already made my mind up about crypto. And he's like, oh, you've clearly watched this man's video and you've followed in his footsteps, and you can't make up your own mind about NFTs. That was basically his whole take. This thread should be an indication that I've seen that video but find it incomplete, and I take issue with his black pill on capitalism. And then I say, what don't I understand? Have you watched my video? I've been researching this since before Line Goes Up came out. You know this. We did actually speak about it. We'd actually DM'd about it before he came at me for all of this. You're becoming more and more defensive. Take a step back. See, this is what he does. He just gets in reply mode. He gets in reply guy mode, and he just fucking goes off, and he just loses all perspective. It's mad. Anyway. Katy Perry's fall off.
Well, we need to talk about the slow motion immolation of one of the most popular and successful chart-topping
but before we get off of this subject,
evidence.
What is this? What? I'm sorry. What?
Because if I know for 100% certainty within my mind that this guy is guilty, but we need fucking evidence, I'm gonna fucking plot.
Okay, so apparently they're talking about Dr. Disrespect, and Nerd City is in this podcast.
Want it?
I'm planting
Well, that
evidence.
sounds like what the disrespect side of the Twitch leaks is saying was happening. That there were people who morally felt obligated to cancel Dr. Disrespect, and they were planting evidence. That's kind of that's the other version of this, is they were saying that they were going to get him on something, they didn't care what, and they looked for something to deliberately get him on, you know? And maybe what they actually didn't like about him was he's
a predator
toxic
and they know he's a
masculine.
predator, then all right, fair enough. But just because they don't like him or he's said some things that they don't like, then of course, obviously not.
I'm worried that it's that, though. I just want that to be ruled out. That's why I need to see these text messages, because, like, look, if it's real and he actually was like wildly inappropriate with a minor, if he was grooming them to meet up, if anything like that really looks the way they're making it sound, okay. But I do have a doubt in my mind, because think about what was going on with Twitch at that time. There was someone from the trust and safety team who had the pronouns of deer, right? It's like they were running a very, very woke contingent of that company. And so I can see them maybe thinking that Dr. Disrespect is not the kind of guy that they wanted to have be a star anymore. And so for the greater good of, you know, maybe having someone like I Show Speed or Kai Cenat be the star, we got to knock off this toxic masculine guy, you know, this white guy, right? So like, I just want to make sure that this was not a fucking dirty trick played on him.
Why don't Twitch just come out and say, we cannot reveal this information because we are under NDA contract?
Because if they put out a statement saying we can't say anything, our hands are tied, they'd probably lose a fuck ton of shareholders.
I just think if the company that he had the game with investigated and then dropped him because of it, does make it seem pretty likely he's guilty. Obviously, you can't just assume it, but
yeah,
he definitely looks guilty.
They must have. They would have had to find something to drop him because of it.
It doesn't look good, but it might have just been that they talked to these people who were like, "Hey, I used to work at Twitch, and he was having inappropriate messages with minors. I saw it with my own eyes." Okay, and he was planning to meet. They just say it convincingly to his partners at the video game company, and that's all we know that they heard, right? Because even the fucking video game company is not saying, we are appalled at this literal thing that he said to the girl.
About what they found,
right?
They
Yeah,
just had to
there's
say,
still
we had to act. It's all bizarre. The game dropping him would be like if Tony Hawk dropped Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Like, it's that sort of level of involvement.
Yeah.
So I feel like they had to have found something to drop him because of it. But again, it is speculation.
But also, then again, you've seen the people who've been dropped from Twitch. We've got one in this call over basically nothing in the past.
Right.
So it could be for that reason too.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Twitch do not have a good track history with rightful bans.
Actually, good thing.
I mean, I'm not banned. I can stream.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just can't make any money.
No, wasn't there a thing where you heard that someone there didn't like you through?
Yeah. Yeah, I talked to someone that used to work at Twitch, and he was like convinced. Like, again, there's no proof or anything, but like he's convinced that someone in the Europe offices just had it out for me. Just didn't like me.
And Pyro is definitely not the only one.
Basically at Twitch,
I remember reaching
guy.
out to other Twitch employees as well, asking about the ban, and they were just so tight-lipped about it. It's like, no, we can't.
This is just the entire podcast, just a cope podcast. Like, oh, I got banned because somebody at Twitch didn't like me. It's not because I broke terms of service. It's because people at Twitch, someone on their board didn't like me, and that's why they fired me. It's because I'm not woke enough. All right. Oh. J.K. Rowling started tweeting again, didn't she? Unfortunately.
The Algerian boxer, Main Khalif. She talked.
Emaine stopped J.K. Rowling from tweeting for 12 whole days, guys. She stopped J.K. Rowling from tweeting for 12 whole days, and then she started again.
It's about how hurt she was by the. I mean, can you imagine like the just being attacked by one of the most
Unfortunately, she started again.
Young adult authors in the world. Is J.K. Rowling a billionaire now?
Absolutely. She's one of the, if
probably.
not the richest author or novelist in the world. I mean, I can't imagine who would, maybe Stephen King or someone like that, but I mean, yeah.
And then Elon Musk also, and also Donald Trump. All these billionaires attacking her because she won a boxing match. This is a video with English subtitles. I'll read them. But immediately after, there was a big uproar from big politicians around the world, big athletes around the world, and even artists and stars.
ورياضيين كبار في العالم وحتى فنانين ونجوم.
The former president of the United States, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, they talked about you, says the other guy. They talked about you, Elon Musk, Trump, this thing that affected me. I'm not lying to you. It affected me.
أثر فيا ما نكذبش عليك أثر فيا تأثيرك.
It affected you. It affected me a lot. It hurt me a lot. I can't describe the amount of fear I had. I was afraid that I would say, why did Imam Khalif insist on this? Why was there an uproar from big politicians around the world? I was afraid, but thank God I was able to overcome this stage. Thanks to the specialists who helped me overcome this stage. And what can I say about it? It wasn't enough. It was a very difficult stage. I couldn't wait for it. The scenario was very scary. I don't know if that's a perfect translation, frankly, but that's the gist of it. And then this was announced. Oh, no, not that. The suit. Let's pop this up. Then this was announced that J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk have been named in a criminal complaint filed to French authorities over alleged, quote, acts of aggravated cyber harassment against Algerian boxer and newly crowned Olympic champion Imam Khalif. In a statement sent to Variety, the Paris prosecutor's office confirmed it received the complaint filed by Khalif and announced that an investigation had been launched. On August 13th, the National Center for the Fight Against Online Hatred contacted the Central Office for the Fight Against Crimes Against Humanity and Hate Crimes to conduct an investigation into the counts of cyber harassment due to gender, public insult because of gender, public incitement to discriminate, and public insult because of origin. The lawsuit was filed against X, under which French law means it was filed against unknown persons. That ensures that the prosecution has all the latitude to be able to investigate against all people, including those who may have written hateful messages under pseudonyms, said Booty. The complaint nevertheless mentions famously controversial figures. J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk are named in the lawsuit, among others.
I'm just checking J.K. Rowling's Twitter now. She's changed her profile picture again so that her background is completely blurry now, so nobody has the chance to take the piss out of anything in her background whatsoever. No moldy walls, no nothing, guys. I'm sorry. You can't take the piss. Blurry Zoom video vibe. But no, unfortunately, she stopped tweeting for like 12 days because she normally tweets fucking every day, doesn't she? She stopped tweeting for 12 days. But unfortunately, recently she started tweeting, and she tweeted this. She twat this. It's important to highlight that launching a PR campaign and applying layers of thick makeup requires far more time and effort than simply making DNA test results public. She's fucking insane. Like, I'm sorry to use this word, but she's so fucking weird. Why is she so obsessed with one person's results on, what fucking chromosomes they have? Why does it fucking make any difference? Like, why are you so obsessed? Why are you so obsessed with me? It's mad. Like even if Imam Khalif did release some sort of fucking paper that said, hey, look, I have fucking XX chromosomes, What would that fucking change in the minds of people like J.K. Rowling? What would that fucking change? She's already made up her fucking mind that a main Caliph is a man because she has somehow decided that that's the case based on what she thinks a fucking man is in her own little fucking warped brain. Oh. Should move the goalposts again. Should move the goalposts as to what a woman supposedly is. Again. Oh, she has XX chromosomes, but to J.K. Rowling, she looked like a man while she was boxing, therefore she must find more reasons that she is a man. Like, what's this? What's this? Paywalls. I'm getting past the paywalls. I'm getting past the pay. Oh no. I don't think I can get past the paywalls. Hang on, I think if I go on Instagram, I can just sort of get there anyway. Imani Khalif. Can I? I'm looking for the original I think it's here. But basically, this is the post that she's talking about. Oh god, that's so loud. Sorry.
تحيا الجزائر.
This is the post that she's talking about, and basically her whole her J.K. Rowling's narrative is, oh, she'd rather put makeup on than show us that she has XX chromosomes. Like what the fuck does it matter? Like, she can do whatever the fuck she wants. She can wear whatever the fuck she wants. Can't she, Brooklyn? I mean, like, the thing is, I hope that she did this because she wanted to, and not like, I hope that she did that because she wanted to, basically, and not that she felt like she needed to. You know? I don't feel like women should have to appear, you know, feminine in what, you know, the Western ideals of feminine are to be considered as women, you know? I hope that she did that, what that was. I hope that she did that because she wanted to and not because she felt like she was forced to. Because if she felt like she was forced to do that, then that's like, that pisses me off. I hope she didn't do that because she felt like she needed to. I hope that she did that because she wanted to. Because a lot of women love dressing masculine, me included at times. A lot of women love just fucking dressing masculine, just wearing baggy shit, baggy clothes, and just fucking not giving a shit, not wearing any makeup, nothing, just fuck it, looking as masculine as shit, me included. And if I decided that I wanted to take part in the Olympics one day and people were like, you're a man, you know, I wouldn't want to sort of like put on this, you know, costume of, you know, femininity to try and prove to people that I was really a woman. I'd be like, fuck you, I am a woman. I shouldn't have to dress up in a certain way for you to believe that about me. I should just, you know, you should believe what I say I am. I should be able to complete, you know, anybody should be able to compete as, you know, the gender that the IOC says that they should be able to compete as. It's down to the AOC. It's not AOC. It's down to the IOC. It's not down to Matt Emain. My wife barely wears makeup, maybe 4 times a year. Yeah, I mean, that's fucking awesome. I only ever wear makeup when I'm like, you know, recording some kind of like content, like a video or streaming or going out somewhere. Other than that, mate, I'm barefaced and I fucking love it. And I look masculine as hell a lot of the time because like baggy clothes are just really comfortable and great. And I probably look like hella masculine a hell of a lot of the time because I, you know, can't be asked to make an effort, and that's fine. And the fact that, you know, some women feel like they need to put certain clothes on or put certain products on their face to prove that they're a woman is just stupid. Comfy maxing, exactly. It's the purest form of misogyny is to decide that certain people are women and certain people are men because you've decided that they are based on what you see, and what you see is based on your prejudices and your stereotypes that you've built up throughout your life. And if you're not ready to accept that other things might constitute a woman that come outside of your, you know, expectations of what womanhood is, then that's misogyny, basically. If your view of womanhood is a very sort of narrow set of characteristics, that's essentially misogyny. If your view of womanhood is, you know, a weak, you know, essentially white woman who wears lots of makeup and wears very, you know, feminine clothes and feminine makeup. It's just a misogynistic way of looking at women. Very misogynistic way. Because, like, the reason I say that is because, like, I've looked at Emaine's past photos and, like, she looks very feminine in that one, but, like, I don't think that's how she normally dresses. I mean, like, look at this. I mean, she's dressed pretty masculine in a lot of past pictures of her. And, like, I think she looks great. I think she looks awesome. Like, that's fucking great. Like, she looks hot. Woo! Brooklyn! Brooklyn. Honestly. But no, like, from the looks of her, like, past photos from, like, quite a long time ago, she dresses like pretty masculine, and it's fucking great. I just hope that she didn't dress like that because she felt like she was forced into it, you know? Because I think she normally dresses, you know, in, like, blazers and trousers and stuff, and it's great. I mean, like, just, like, literally do you. man. Just do you. I don't know. You hope that it's not because of pressure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I hope that she thrives and gets through this. I just honestly, I just hate all of this sort of essentialist view of what a woman is supposed to be. I hate it because in a lot of ways, like, I don't represent what a woman is, is supposed to be. Like, you could argue that I look like I dress quite feminine. I look quite feminine. Like, you could argue that, but I would, like, I don't act in many ways that you'd, stereotypically expect a woman to act in many contexts. I have a lot of interests that aren't stereotypically, feminine. In much the same way, boxing isn't, stereotypically a feminine interest. It's just like, because J.K. Rowling's looking at this woman and going, yo, she doesn't, like, to me, she doesn't look like a woman. Like, maybe because her biceps are a little bit too big for me, so, like, therefore she's a man. It makes other women look at that and just think, like, well, if you don't think that constitutes a woman, what does? What about me makes a woman? Because my interests, aren't stereotypically feminine, so what about me makes me a woman? J.K. Rowling's a fucking billionaire. That's not stereotypically a feminine thing to be. Did you hear that transphobes think Dylan Mulvaney is a woman now, claiming that they're double trans? What? What? Double trans? Hila Klein. Hila Klein, yeah. She's so beautiful. Hila Klein is so beautiful. I can't believe it when people try to comfort, like, Ethan Klein and like the only thing that they can think of is, like, calling his wife ugly when she's, like, literally not. Like, she's, like, the hottest woman ever. They're like, yeah, your wife is like a 2. When she's, like, so beautiful. It's fucking hilarious. Apparently Nerd City has lost 4,000 followers since that video was out. Since, what, D'Angelo's video? D'Angelo has, like, so much power. He has insane power, doesn't he? D'Angelo managed to, like, with one video, hounded Cody Ko off the internet, basically. The power that man has. God. Good night. But yeah.
Women and athletes in particular have been scrutinized about how they look.
She got hit so hard she didn't know what the hell hit her. It's a person.
He's so bad at talking. She got hit so hard she didn't know what the hell hit her. I mean, a fist. A fist hit her.
The transition. He was a good male boxer.
Frankly, to be put in that position must be awful. On top of all of the social media harassment that these athletes have had.
Iman knows herself, but there are questions in her head, and she asks, why me?
ناس حتى يقتل تفكير وذهن.
Algerian boxer Mani Khalif has re-sparked the sports world's debate surrounding gender diversity after a dubious genetic test thrust her into the public conversation. While Khalif asserts she is and always has been a woman, the International Boxing Association rocked that certainty in 2023 when it disqualified her from a major tournament after a failed sex characteristic test, alleging chromosomal anomalies. Also implicated was boxer Lin Yuting, who is competing at Paris in the featherweight category. The reputation of the IBA has been fraught, and its inability to share the methods or results of its tests leave its verdict facing skepticism. The International Olympic Committee, which oversees Paris 2024's boxing contest, has disputed it entirely.
We have two boxers who are born as women, who have been raised as a woman, who have a passport as a woman, and who have competed for many years as women.
I'm just distracted by this product placement here. Did Coca-Cola sponsor Paris 2024?
And this is the clear definition of a woman.
Despite this, reporting of Khalif's gender identity varies anywhere from female with an intersex condition to transgender, often with aspects of each falsely conflated.
We actually don't know what her identity is, apart from what she's disclosed as being a woman. We don't know.
Well, I mean, the only reason that it's in question is because of the IBA, right? Doesn't have like close ties with the Kremlin, and they only said that she might be a man when she be a Russian woman boxer, essentially.
Oh, if she has an innate variation of sex characteristics, which is also called an intersex variation or a difference of sex development. We know that there has been reporting really coming from a discredited boxing association that claims that she has what could be an innate variation of sex characteristics.
as quickly as Olympic cycles change, leaving future structures and regulation a puzzle.
It's difficult, isn't it? Like, because is there any restrictions for men in their sports? Like, as a man, can you have too much natural testosterone? It's difficult, isn't it? The Liberals did a gender move. If she hadn't have won the gold and been a national hero, her life would have been in danger thanks to JKR. No, because women are inferior. I mean, to be honest, like, this is something that I wonder, like, in the long term. I understand why we have, like, women in men's sports now, obviously, because overall, women are, like, 10 to 15 to 20% slower or less stronger than men in every sport. But over time, what we've seen is, obviously, like, women's personal records and personal bests getting, like, well, the world records are getting, like, less. The gap between the men and the women is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And obviously that's because, you know, women were only, I think the first year that women were allowed to take part in the Olympics was, like, in the early 1900s, maybe 1940s, maybe it was. And obviously, like, women have had less time to, like, really hone what, you know, the skills and what they're good at. I mean, I find it a little bit weird still that there's a men's what is it, pentathlon? What's it called when they do 10 sports? That, like, the women do a heptathlon and the men do a decathlon. That's the one. I'm still, like, not sort of very comfortable with that. Like, I get why that's still the case. I get that. I get why women only do a heptathlon and men do a decathlon, because obviously it's easier to keep things the way that they've always been. And there's, like, certain, you know, obviously in the past there's, you know, there's going to be certain records and things that, you know, you're going to have to beat, and, you know, there's going to be female athletes that are only training in 7 sports, and there's going to be men athletes that are training in 10 sports, and to all of a sudden change that so it's equal between men and women, that's gonna affect the women athletes a lot, and it's gonna put them back a bit when that change is made. But also, the fact that there's a decathlon for men and a heptathlon for women kind of gives the impression that women are only capable of, like, 70% of what men are capable of. And I guess you have to take into account that, like, you if you made, it has to be good to watch, you know, in the Olympics. It has to be good to watch. And if you were sort of forcing women to do 10 sports all of a sudden, when for so many years they were only having to do 7, and then all of a sudden they were having to do 10, you know, maybe it would be shit to watch because they'd be like, because the athletes would be shit at those extra sports. I get that. I get why it's easier to make it to keep it the same as it is, but at the same time it's sort of giving off this impression of like women can only do 70% of what men do. Culturally, it's giving off that impression. Like the pay gap. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, I mean, like over time, would women's strength and times in sport would it actually catch up with men's? I'm not talking anytime soon, let me be clear. I'm talking over centuries. Would women, like if we like started treating women and men completely equally in society, which we are starting to do, but we still aren't doing. But if we started to do that, eventually in sport, would women and men start to be giving like similar times in sports? Like, would they be similar in terms of strength and in, you know, speed when running? Because we are already getting closer in terms of like personal bests and records and stuff. Women and men are already getting closer, but obviously the men are getting better and the women are getting better. So like this, the gaps are like, you know, women are down here, men are down here, and the men get better and the women get better, and they're sort of getting better, but they're getting closer together, but obviously the men are getting better at the same time, so like the women aren't catching up. But eventually would that happen? Because, you know, testosterone levels in men are actually going down. I think that's pretty much agreed on among the studies that have been taken out. Like over time, testosterone levels have gone down among men. And obviously, if you're like super red-pilled right-wing dude, you're gonna be like, "That's the worst thing ever." Oh my god, testosterone levels. But you have to consider, why is that happening? Maybe it's because societally we don't need it as much. You know? Because humans are massively, we're so intelligent. We've got like this, like everything, we've got machines to do everything for us now that we used to have to do manually. We don't need testosterone as much as we used to. We just don't. And like, it's just my theory, but I think that's why it's going down. It's because we don't need it as much. And because I think like humans are very good at very quickly evolving themselves into you know, the societies that they create in themselves. And if, you know, natural testosterone goes down over time, then eventually, I mean, maybe eventually there won't be physically that much difference between you know, male and female genders. I'm talking about in years, like in multiple years, centuries. At least 3 years. That's something that I think about a lot. Femboy future, yeah. Will we live long enough to find out? Who knows? Who knows? This is bro science. This is just me thinking science. This is just me thinking. Femboy future. But yeah, I mean, levels of testosterone, they're going down. And it is true, you can't deny it, it is true that we don't need testosterone in our service-based economy. That we used to need it a little bit more than we do now. We used to have physical wars with each other. We don't anymore. Now we just have little machines. We have drone strikes now, guys. We have drone strikes. That's the real reason for the collapse in masculinity is drone strikes. I mean, it's true. The drones are feminizing society. Yeah. That's what I think. Brooklyn. Oh. Always want your asshole on camera. Always want your asshole on camera. I do need to pee. All right, Brooklyn can entertain you.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making hits.
Oh, Brooklyn. I thought you wanted to leave the room, so I leave the doors open so he can leave the room. And then he comes back in. I just don't know. I just don't know. What do you want, Brooklyn? What do you want? Alright, let me shut the door. What do you want? I don't know what he wants. He comes in and out. He comes in, he meows, he comes out, he meows, he wants back in. I don't know what he wants. I know. I tell him to entertain you. He doesn't entertain you. Microplastics reduce testosterone levels. Insufficient testosterone leads to male infertility. Male infertility leads to labour shortages. Labour shortages leads to unionization. Microplastics for revolution. All right. I'm probably going to go to bed soon. What I'm going to do next week is set up the Xbox and do a stream of the cat game. Isn't that right, Brooklyn? Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Brooklyn? Oh. I was wondering whether to do a bit on Letby. Lucy Letby. But I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I could do that next time. Sleep is a good thing. It is a good thing. I could sleep. Oh. Who should I raid right now? Oh no, I'm hiccuping. It is the nurse I talked about, yeah. Lucy Letby. Crimes of the Future. I can talk right now. I'm taking peace.
Now on
Is
BBC
this the Panorama
One, after today's
documentary?
guilty verdict, a change to the schedule as a special programme profiles Lucy Letby, the nurse who killed.
Look up Tara Mooney. I know Tara Mooney. She is a friend of mine.
Who stopped the murders.
It's unprecedented. It's something which you would never believe could be possible. The potential that there could be a serial killer in their local hospital.
Tonight, the untold story of Britain's most unlikely serial killer.
Do I know the cow right for Tara Mooney personally? I do, yeah.
We were actually told we would never have our own children. And I found out I was pregnant, and then we found out we were having twins.
I might watch something like this on stream and just give you my take on it. Because I mean, like, yeah, I need to write my full thing on it still. But yeah, it's a really interesting case. Right, who's live? Who shall we raid? Who shall we raid? Let me know, let me know, let me know. The week.
In a way, this conversation is like very enlightening,
Marxism.
right? Because I think a lot of people are kind of giving the game up. A lot of people are kind of giving the game up. Like I feel like a lot of these people are saying,
all right,
no. Hassan must capitulate and must water down his politics for the access. Like, you're playing the game already in your head for him, and like that's what we should be.
All right, we're going for it.
Do you know what I mean?
All right,
like, that's what we risk.
I'll be back next
by
week.
Hassan being in that space.
I'll be
is
back
that his
next
politics,
week.
In order for him to get that
Thanks
access,
for tuning in.
his politics are watered down.
Mwah.
And I'm not saying
Bye-bye,
that happened.
bye-bye, bye-bye.
For the record, I don't think that happened. And we saw the result, right? Bop and Wop, thank you for subscribing to Arun. We saw the result. Hassan was kicked out because he stood with the uncommitted people, and mad respect for Hassan in that. You know what I mean? Like, mad respect for that, truly. Yo, Mooncat, thank you so much for the sub or for the raid. What up? Welcome in.